asam na wi yina no and ekosisen ye be kan wa yina de na bonten wo a wote konso na chi de etie me amekasa aban panimfo yina ekosisen ye wiwie ni yina ekowiwie e wa bobo ano enti se oman na yeso oman na ye chichire na ye chichire oman na nyamanyoku na ye chichire a na ekosisen e de kan ma ye chia atifo na ahwefo titiri wona wa ma no ne we say whether I will have some kitwa. Then so I'm sure he said the city and Kofa Gemira when I walk no Mfuni Eshe once so I would tin was some 80 and so Ghana has so
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM
Machibi at 3 a.m. You trot for one so or your Bujabuja Inuma Uber drivers, taxi drivers. Workers, whether formal and informal workers. Maybe for baby Ekosiisen your programmer or mutie. And the other was so much or mutie.
Openness, you know. I think that this shouldn't be a problem at all.
Mida itself should come out, yes.
Yeah, Mida should tell us, oh, miracle, this is a shareholding structure. Indigenous Ghanaians, only maybe X percentage, and the Philippines, they only Y percentage. And I think that should settle this matter.
Honorable, it's always a pleasure talking to you. May that say powerful for your time.
What be?
That's it. And the Honorable John Jinaponi attending Kano Kofi. They will turn against them. Boem constituency for you now.
Boem for you because we program Omumfa in the agro and they listen to it a lot. And also, you are doing very well. And let me use this opportunity to congratulate you. More platform program award. It's a great award. More you are there and you are doing so well. People will criticize you, but that is the only that is the success. Some of them, yeah, it helps you to listen and then do more. That's why you are winning the honors. And that's why you are winning the honors. And keep it up.
Yeah, that's Elder Amos Kevin Anan. I saw Penya Kwaba net saying.
Me just so many of them. Official pa.
Official comment. Official say na bibi ekoi.
Abi say na love. Life lessons and a legacy commano. I told the park come so mo bia di year juba. O di enim kan na obeboy ho ban. That's so mo juma pa mo di e wo Ekosiisen so tie mo pa.
That's it.
The guy said me called Nigeria last time. I was listening. I tie pa from the University of Nigeria. That was where I was based.
But Obi na ankane na me sheda nim say we heavy sir. But say majuwadi.
What you made yo?
Majuwadi ba utimbe de ba osa meka. Me ni junior ba kokọ court, circuit court bi modi.
Okay.
Na me junior na o now say no my lord Philip Osebo or the Philip Osebo.
I know say the Philip Osebo.
Body Philip Osebo na my lord say kunyam. But Philip Osebo are you related to Obi of Asempa?
Hey!
Obekando na pitiano say. I say yes, my lord. You say penya. Nti Obi adu dia didi. I'm Asempa bow. I don't know do Asempa na do ho. Why ade anya na nsia do ho bongo fu ya. Ka watra ho kra ka sabre anka ye yi Supreme Court ne ayi. Hey,
ye didi me dey wo court.
E dey do judges net you. Judges what Ghana too. Obetie for information. Yes. These are me judge I met you when this nigga san madum no.
Oribo Ekosiisen wo Asempa FM Asempa FM Ekosiisen Asempa 94.7 Asunyine tie.
Yema make us say the majority chief whip in parliament is a lawyer ni Roxanne Nelson da fiama ko se woni no.
Papa na mumia ne show a ewo we omo no appointment committee on.
Yema make us say
the majority chief whip in parliament is a lawyer ni Roxanne Nelson Dafiama. What's her name? No,
Papa no mumia ne show where almost appointment committee on.
Babeka
na obi nyon
me pacho na me mpese ye dem pae ni bi hye ba wi mpese ye dem pae ne start nti e wo se ye to nsa fra nyame na interview we nyame betenem na bibia ekojuju nti chairman oni ye emon pae
yo ye bom pae wo Hebrew mu Shamak Israel Yehowa Elahenu Yehowa Ekat we ahata et Yehowa Elohika bika luvika Uvika navashika Uvika miyodika Tode yashak in English in the name of Jesus.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Nomni, congratulations and I wish you well. Take care of yourself. Bye. Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Nomni, congratulations and I wish you well. Take care of yourself. Bye.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much.
We are blessed to have an urban water project that ended brought finally to the water problem in my constituency. So coming here, I was only going to concern myself with other things, only to go back to the constituency to realize that out of the 21 boreholes dug, 14 of them have been stolen. And as at now, please, we are blessed to have an urban water project that ended brought finally to the water problem in my constituency. So coming here, I was only going to concern myself with other things, only to go back to the constituency to realize that out of the 21 boreholes dug, 14 of them have been stolen. And as at now, please.
Police were pushing the table and it was coming. And I saw that there was danger. So I jumped and sat on the table because it was going to hit me actually. If you watch the video, I jumped and sat on the table and I helped the table to come and fix at its place. We were all doing this just to get the vetting done and also protecting state property. When I got onto the table, before I realized, oh, this time around, the table had moved and it was in the air. The police then came in and I told colleagues, like, let's move to
24-hour economy is a policy. It's a policy that it is going to make it very. The 24-hour economy is a policy. It's a policy that it is going to make it very. The system will make it possible for you to run at a particular period in time. We'll go at a particular period in time. Then another person will also go and another period in time. Then it goes to assessor. Because in 24-hour economy, if there are teachers who are taught, you are teaching in the tertiary institution. Now, which idea you have a lecture by 3 p.m.
3 p.m.
Then by 7 p.m. you have closed.
Normal.
There could also be another lecturer who can also take on from 3 p.m. And will end up by 7 p.m. and will end by 9 p.m.
And also normal.
Very good. But have we been able...
After 9,
After 9. We can still run it depending on the number of lecturers who have been accrued in the university.
Lecturers need any problem to say students.
Yes.
Anyway.
Yes. In the school, students are it is not every student, every time that the students will have to go 24 hours and they will have to go in the night. It's possible, say, a lecturer could miss his lecture during the daytime for many reasons. So the cover up can be in a particular period in that evening. So that's not to say that the students will not rest.
Okay.
But there is still a door that is open for the lecturer who can still hold a lecture at a particular period of time.
Obstetric, fistula, obstetric fistula. Mr. Speaker, you know, when you are not in that field, like the lawyer talking about Latin, and when we use Latin, you have difficulty. Obstetric, fistula, obstetric obstetric fistula. Mr. Speaker, you know, when you are not in that field, like the lawyer talking about Latin, and when we use Latin, you have difficulty.
Just do these observations, and it keeps going up. Okay. Vantage points won't cry. And say, another a pantine traffic light. Now, kwada na funachi ba konso the tube to ano mo speaker. Esikano.
Na sa ne omugu so ye.
Omo boy asaponyom. Na nyom na omo bono. Emotional blackmailing. Ote jona obi e say obo dia na me say chum fa wode ono mfika prekra. Chum. Ba omo boy wo ni pedua no. So now say akra ne jira mo awade mo ano. Mo hwe ni pay say do see ye tu didi out mi didi. Obani anka out say hey. Hey. Na we dey na say kure.
Emotional black.
No, me catch. I won't say. I'm not going to say. Now, obi get the tube more. You to me, babbage na. Ekwan.
Near the aqua. How they able to survive? No. In the aqua tube, sending. I said if you. It's really better for the whole day.
Now, tell me, see, you are upon you, me say. It's him who know who are bravo. This depends. Who do you have a check on a call, baby? Hey, hey, Obi. Samani Horby, not to Quasi Babaza, no boss, not commentators in the Casafa. Where the was Suma, Ocham Kodia, Oyamin Shirano.
My master arts, no? Maza, almost as we have pictures. Your pictures like a woman. No, the traffic with Chia now, or the kind of picture about Casepa. It was a crown, Radmo Fanchemi. Nana phone a check off crowd. Not yet. Yadi put tube so to no so fast no so big no omunio wow ni say now see woman here no who's it get one now me
na make a church over beat me 2 times me na make a job say me say panta there and I was in red say I mean you me sika mama me me who time different botomu because I can't share me say hey where we did me papa we bless but do coffee go didi
your jute factory your shoe factory ne papa mu ne sisi we NDC for na ye ne sa na obi akoton na de benase waton pa condemn the niema ye ni say otiase then from Tuesday ebesi a Thursday no onimu say Friday na itwa mu no ye holiday ntino Thursday na nwumre ena ode a bill bond of 65 million Ghana cedi ebe 2 ni trizo na 65 million you ton condemn enya 65 million what you say that from Tuesday no ebesi we so ma man aduane o so ma man de ebe you Thursday na nwumre no yare bi ebe so onobu kofi dwuma mu no enya asem ketwa eto mo bo akire de ne ko yokofo clinic omri do na doctors ne say ade na ni enyan ti di say e bono achi e de ko Kolebu teaching hospital nti woda ICU a me ne wo ekasa sisi en amaso kofi dwuma
omontimi MT bail condition no
mama nka yare no wi ansa na ma bail condition
okay
say we develop ulcer as say ni yam nyina twakuro oti ase ni yam atwakuro say kakaka
no, doctors are diagnosing.
Doctors are diagnosing.
At the report about
I diagnosing no of when you develop us from Tuesday basic Thursday asem ketwa.
I don't hunger strike.
Oko hunger strike na obi a onu abawura o bedroom asesa wo dem niema ne wo document ko. Omo oduane obedi.
And I think San Newman kitten so na Nina Akabom. Yes! And then Ramitie, Dr. Enin of Kofi Annan International Office, and he made the point, say, a frustration, no, and Akikabo Mami you. But we have all contributed to that. And I had an engagement with some youth on Unim Clubhouse. Yeah, Unim Clubhouse. Clubhouse, eh? What's the Clubhouse? Sport baby, I joined a baby continent. And I know what's that? What's that? No, I joined Adam Kotna. Yeah. But what is that? Yeah. A social media app. Oh, Namu Kwasama, I mean, would be for Alfini, nobody and Kwasa, O cancer, man, cancer, dear. I will not question about more to me now. Because he did was a club. Wouldn't say technical tell you, Adimami, Guapayomuno, and a Kusifaka Kai, because Twitter education, Mediaco Bobby, the Bila Emi. What do you call a one who bram a bread, screenshot to grab and grab bram and bread with them. Was a club my house. My medication, man, was I was looking you. No, my medication, I was doing. The club was a babaco. Masa, me ma fa woni clubhouse. Who nim signal? Who nim telegram?
Me nim telegram.
Ja information dia ma me ye. Na ga ji asira ma bibi ya no. Se we twa apri na abre me so o kwabena. Na dia pa.
Hello, good morning, Mr. Seku Nkrumah. Good morning, Mr. Seku Nkrumah.
Good morning to you.
How are you?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Are you on air?
I'm listening to you.
We have to use some communicate concerning you are against anybody who's tried to subject your father in line with the Dr. Kofi Abu Fabusia. Your take on that?
I don't understand what you are saying.
Hello?
I don't understand what you are saying, so please try and explain it properly.
What I mean is, I understand yesterday we make some pronouncement at SYZ FM.
Ekosiisen On Asempa FM 94.7.
Obinye, Ekosiisen Bonsu our Minisempa, the Brane Mama. Obi, Sum, Oriba, Ekosiisen, On Asempa FM, Ekosiisen, On Asempa FM.
Ekosiisen Asempa 94.7 Asunyine.
Oriba, Ekosiisen, On Asempa FM, Ekosiisen, On Asempa FM.
Sempanabo, Binebano, Biba, Binebano, Sempana.
Obinye, Ekosiisen Bonsu our Minisempa, the Brane Mama. Obi, Sum.
Inti mumayeni naso Obiane naso Kana binya koso Kana bitumpono Pelices Sinyama Iwasapa Isis Saba Kabula Mo Anichalenico Kelize Wemaye Wemodo Wasapa Pelices Sinyama Iwasapa Isis Saba Kabula Mo Anichalenico Kelize Wemaye Yakana Pasa pelices Sinyama Iwasapa Isis Saba Alamula Anichalenico Kelize Wemaye Wemodo
Ekosiisen on Asempa FM 94.7.
Pasa pelices Sinyama Iwasapa Isis Saba Kabula Mo Anichalenico Kelize Pelices Sinyama Iwasapa Isis Saba Kabula Mo Anichalenico Kelize Wemaye Yakana Pasa pelices Sinyama Iwasapa
94.7 Asempa FM Friday afternoon, the 19th day of June 2026, 35 after 2 on Asempa FM. All talk all day. Meaning your say Bonsu from Yobi. Yadi Ekosiisen Jumedieno and it's our nation's biggest and the most authoritative political, social, and current affairs talk show. Ekosiisen on Asempa FM. Show produced by Dominic Kisi Yabua with support from Nana Chumberema Jackson, Osei Intiamwa, Ebenezer Tete, Omai Hene Kwabena Sante, and Ekia Boachua Yadom. Sami Kwadade Yirenchi, and so Ebuaye, near the Ekosiisen Jumedie Ebra. We do this every weekday from Monday to Friday, 2 p.m. to 6:30 p.m. It's a multiple award-winning late afternoon political talk show, the reigning CIMG radio program of the year, and the GJA radio and television program of the year. Ekosiisen and yadi airbremui. And the Yatnas and some guaponos. But let me remind you, sir, we are live on several platforms. Apart from radio 94.7, we are on social media actively on YouTube. We stream live on YouTube, Asempa 94.7 FM. Subscribe to the channel and watch our live stream. And YouTube. Obaho Sisia. Let's know where you are watching us from. Udin, baby, Sheye, Efi, or office, and then we'll share those details now with the rest of the world. We are also actively on Facebook. But Facebook, I streaming live. What we do is that we share short videos, except of the show on Facebook. Very, very important. You are a very active WhatsApp number, so 0548 443 523 0548 443 523. Me Sisubio 0548 443 523. That's our WhatsApp number. In the WhatsApp messages, and our neighbor Faso Abrain 0548 443 523. And let's stay interactive. I mean, there are a lot of stories making headlines, and yatsna say yedi emun semina ebebremo. This year in January, yedi beginning the year right series ebrem, and we crowned it with the beginning the year right summit. I know bar so ewo Mevenpick Hotel here in Accra. Now at that event, one thing stood out. Say, I was here, Shena. We don't make this thing just once a year. I didn't hear Mama then say a brano on air, especially when we do half of the year area. We should get back to that conversation. Let me remind all of you, say paper now which throw New Year resolutions was on a and say Odi and one share that pe nefekuta. And the Yebedi Hun Komo will try to evaluate the plans we all had for this year 2026. Where at the personal level, or mine into the finance minister will be going to parliament with a mid-year budget review statement. Into your mind and Kasampono, who say a budget at the beginning of the year. By midway through the year, we'll see a assessment and evaluation. And she say, okay, budget, no. A hand yen yet me a cosine a hat to saying, wait to say, ye be yes, Kabiwaka home. Now, finance minister at the sa review, not say go back to parliament. At the personal level, we have to review our plans, our personal life, career, finance, marriage. Just say everything about your life, you should plan it. And we want to do a review of our plans. The finance minister called parliament with the mid-year budget review about the state and the way at the individual level. We are watching our fee, a beacon we know what to car into catch there won't say Busumi Biaode 1,000 Ghana this ebeto. We are 6 months into the year. Sabosha on why Unya adentina untiminye se wo ye nso a ensemben nyoma be na wasa wo hwe na watimi ato akoso aye ne ye and ye bedi san comment will be speaking to none other than the lead pastor at Maker's House Chapel International. He was billed to be one of our speakers at the beginning of the year right summit. Bana oni kumha into me ama Nyamiadum enne yeneno ebedi enkomo Professor Michael Buedi Nyameche, or a lead pastor Maker's House Chapel International. He is a university lecturer, the UPSA, and a business consultant. And the Professor Michael Buedi Nyameche will be speaking to us as we evaluate our plans for the year 2020. So you don't want to miss that interview. Also, in the New Patriotic Party, Enra, a flag bearer aspirant, Kennedy or Hene Japan, a grantee interview on Net2 television. Na Okansem Bibrina Yebedi Hunko. I'll be speaking to his spokesperson. Na Yashe, what really is the problem? And challenge being Honorable Kennedy Japan ever with the party, the NPP, for which reason or yes are out best no Enra. Some of the issues he raised, no. Very, very, very interesting stuff. Inti Yebekum, the People's Forum, so actual open letter akoma the Chief Justice of the Republic of Ghana. Now, almost in a conduct being never so shiny because I say the independence of the judiciary, no, or mortgage ediama executive, no, and we'll speak to them now. Why this letter and what they want to see happen as far as the Chief Justice is concerned. The People's Forum, Dennis Miracles Abuaje Eda no Ebedi Enkomo. There has been this controversy within this week I think it all started with a post from Franklin Kujo, only a founding president Edema Imani Africa. Anna Okase said Nam Tamaklo ewo under house arrest ewo Ghana because she's not feeling well. Government spokesperson Abeka said Dabida. Na as far as he knows, no, said Nam Tamaklo is in lawful custody, as it were. Indeed, the state institution mandated to handle Sanyamano. She is in their custody. No woman day. Some have called for further and better particulars. In the Abaya Meyen who said Nam Tamaklo Abba. And because I waba down to come and serve a 10-year jail term, people want to say indeed waba or serve and now say it's because so far yente say why application be for bail pending appeal or anything of that sort. In the announcement yan komo a yebehwe na yetumi akom. Yebesha se edi enkomo encheba. Let me hear your thoughts on all the issues ye diegu apono so. Mo amo share with YouTube no. Quite a number of you are joining with YouTube. Nana ekua mo aboatin yedase. Also watchia Dr. Kwesi Poku awo KNUST. We say all be good day. It's Dave from Carlisle. Is it Pennsylvania? Yeah, so I said, please, when is the Accra Kumasi Highway going to be completed? It's causing the country financial and human loss. Please talk to the people responsible. I hear you. We say, Obi, good day. Can you think of giving a day to Ghanaians in the diaspora to call or send recorded audio or video on important national issues? Or Chicago, US of A. Yes, I think that's a fantastic idea. We'll consider it. Feedback now. Why? Don't worry. Obi, watching you live from Innova Alexandria Hospital in Virginia, US of A. Charles Treneboa. Charles, I mean, would meet God willing in some corner in the US of A very soon. We're watching you live in Bronx, New York City, Wellington, Ade, Odie, Enono. We say, Obi, I'm watching you live from Victory Station in London. Thank you. Obi, please stop giving attention to this so-called People's Forum. Who are they and what is their locus? Okay, Obi, I'm watching you live inside a train going to is it Argentina and Argentuil. Kweku aqua o train muna wuti nyame nshraw. We say Obi. My name is Mr. Buedi. Obi, we cannot wait for your quizzical questions during interviews today. You're doing an amazing job. Quizzical questions. Hey, Asemo. Obi, I'm in Techiman listening to you live and clear. Obi, we are too much. Thank you. Obi, watching you live from Swindon, England. Okay. Enti messages ni bebre na aba. Yada munyina aseba. Enne eye the birthday of a very special individual. A very special individual. I was in the Meshada eye the birthday dedication, especially. You know, Charlie. Ain't Obi, good day. Kindly wish my beautiful wife, emphasis on beautiful wife, Clarice Nyan. No, Charlie. Clarice Nyan. Oh, you brutal. Moon in a picture, no. Hey, man, a picture na yemfanto. Hey, monfa picture ni mra yemfanto so inti wa wonim ni bia mebo nipa ni din yabo nipa oye inti munya momra YouTube live na momra mehwe nipa ye ka ne ho asemi Clarice Nyan ne ho efese bibi no oye adwuma wo NHIS Dome District Office. It's your birthday today. Happy birthday to you. God bless you and keep you for your young family. From the girls, Ariel and Camela. And from your dear husband, Mr. Goodfellow Day of Faye. In the Goodfellow Day of Faye, ne yere wa wunim no ni din ede Clarice Nyan. Clarice Nyan na woda oye adwuma ewo NHIS Dome District Office. Happy birthday to you, Clarice Nyan. Oh, Clarice Nyan. Good fellow there of fair yere enono. Nyame good fellow. Oba kama. Ena nyame edena ma good fellow. Se good fellow yere enono. Oma wo nkwala kama mienu. Ariel ena Camela. No, Charlie. Good fellow wife ena nimfoni eda hono. Oko takrade anko meka se ne ho ye fewda anyen ne ho ye fewda anyen Charlie. And Clarice Nyan, happy birthday to you. We wish you very, very well. Live to be 94.7 and beyond. Your husband says we should tell you that he loves you to the moon and back. Happy birthday. And on behalf of your kids, happy birthday. Happy 60th birthday to you, Ajoa Sewa Bonsu of Kumase Bantama and PZ Edum. This is coming from all your 17 siblings across the world. Hey. Ajoa Sewa Bonsu, you are 60 years today. Now, Unyanoma Omuo across the world, baku papa and mami wo baku 17. In the Okanwa 18. Wow. And they want to wish you well. Happy 60th birthday. Today is also the birthday of a friend of Ekosiise. He is the acting chairman of the NDC in Massachusetts. Oko Massachusetts. Ono na ye acting chairman edema NDC. Ewo Massachusetts. Inti wa unim US of A, no states needing Massachusetts. And the capital of the state Boston, the Hona Black Stars and England ebebo. In the Massachusetts NDC party hono omo acting chairman Paul De Suso. Bengazi made in a picture ascendeo. Paul De Suso or a big man udru Worcester utmuse a man for Afrigana kwa brutra ko bobra. Paul De Suso bobra. Bobra, papa, big man. Happy birthday to you, my brother. He is 50 years old today. Paul De Suso, happy birthday. From all of us here on Ekosiise and from your good friend and comrade, Ato Kwamena, also in Massachusetts, we all say happy birthday to you, Paul De Suso. Live to be 94.7 and beyond. We wish you well. Let me quickly get onto the phone lines. I'll come back to the birthday dedication. But me enkwa omanu ni enkodi nkomo. Lawyer Kwesi Kwating Ekasa Edema, the Honorable Kennedy Akompreko e Japan. Ma yene Kwesi Kwating eni nkomo. Councillor Kwaba na apomte saying.
Lawyer Obi. Me ya pa na ozo
Adumia ni crying kakra Adumia na ahode
and the my interview is I may about quite now start saying I'm with the visit.
Eka juma no hobe na den.
Eka
na unya time practice there.
I'm a cocoa too.
Oh, nice.
And now be say I'm a cocoa kakra na some opposition is one quality.
Asempa FM.
Very important. Very important. And I was saying I'm refer cases nibi mao. I'm refer cases.
Percentage so they made the mao.
Now, I mean, you know, sir, it's the obvious. Honorable Kennedy Japan, Ekasa Enra in an interview, I think on the 2 TV. Now, in some more kind of generate a whole conversation on social media. I mean, listening to him personally, yes, only na yejuma closely. Utie in some more kind rana. Were you surprised yourself?
It will be the lawyer. You strata question. I told you, I thought maybe I did free. I said, were you surprised yourself? Will be my main friend free her. Can he deeply invested party man?
Okay.
Will be a ordinary car and then a holding and then a coming in our party. And immediate be a beefy kenna and loom abba, whether expressly or by conduct, will be immediate. We would say, na dream poet churchy, and yet say, or the best party, and also the better party. So, the may share as some of kind, for me, and yet my titty commentaries in the is not really an issue of Ken versus the party.
Okay.
But for me, it has more to do with how party, manage disagreements and concerns at one more members bear the I mean, we'll be lying to ourselves if you share who say after a very tense contest, say being here an aspect of reconciliation and true dispute resolution. And you go wa, or no going to say be a reconciliation, and call properly. You get somebody like Ken, you will see say he will be expressing those concerns. You will be an ordinary person to what it may come out say be a the panel has been frustrated or not. But remember one scenario. So year to abano. Remember me the year 2001. So be na me name fi watch. Obi ti ase me you.
Me too pa.
Okowo go hospital. Now we praise believe say praise before yem pai bobi. Na okom pai bonase e PF hospital premises so. Owa no mo so painful bi aye dey e cash. And I rush and they back to the hospital. Omba no mo so admission. Eje ko eje bo anya anyi ana wo free. Ne ba no so okọ no so anyi ene ye pai no the ban ye de to ne nchen. Na akora 29 years then and ono obesie no. Obi ubeje di say and now no presidential prime minister ye ko ye. Enya nipa o mu di video see omo so. E kan say me ma me wu ye sie ne sa akokọ. This is to me kwesi kwa atin. Let me tam kesi o. And I felt so hurt. Now me share me kwesi kwa atin as just an ordinary spokesperson. And how and sema me te o masum and me tam kesi no ma ye bro so. Now me share the multiple of attacks and insults ko you reckon the Japan so na. Now me who say see we be bia na yan kan okran kire ho and say look into each other's faces and forgive each other. One here I be say that ye be kwa dan ye ho aba ye kwa esa kwa kopem. So for me obi samia what happened with Ken's comment offers an opportunity for reflection and not a declaration for war. So for me the important question will be say lessons be an apart near day ya fefu. Strong parties are built on reconciliation and proper dispute mechanisms. Strong parties, they are not built without disagreement. They are disagreements in the concerns they bear. But when those concerns are raised, a DNA are home. And for me, there a course within this one. You say, Kenaka, you a free Abeka, you see, Rebecca, if you ask me, Adjobrel, it's just an opportunity, an invitation for all of us to then look at our reconciliation mechanisms. Look at our dispute resolution mechanisms. Obi, a funny afanka, nobody is winning never fapo.
That's true.
And your opponent in one, NDC. So why do we have prolonged conflict that do not benefit us, and we are all playing the ostrich games as if everything is well? Let's be very honest to ourselves. Own up to responsibility. No more a year, Dr. Baomiamono, it be in training. And no more also come here, it be in training. It is so big to be nature or if you ask me, it's an invitation for all of us to sit down. Then come a patch on tray and then use us as an opportunity to strengthen the unity, then prepare a year ahead of the 2028 election. Now go ahead, oh, uniform and Kobebia, oh, or Casado. At the end of the day, who does it benefit? Can you nipa? Obi me boss no. And to say you, and maybe be obey bia na big dinaho, I kind of crash and say, papa. So na utie a fan so bia, and maybe be almost be bia na ebe papa. But how do we build a consensus in moments like this? And I trust Dr. Baumia's leadership. Say they should take this as an opportunity and a moment to reflect and build through and proper reconciliation so that we'll be able to achieve the unity that we want.
There are those,
2020.
Yeah, I get you. There are those who believe, sir, I mean, with the experience, Honorable Ken, way in your first time, we're running for presidential, flag bearer slot. Now, I could be that way in the second time. And knowing how competitive.
Hello?
Yeah, what time in Kakwesi?
I will be meeting.
Yes, now make us say when your first time Honorable Kennedy Japan are running for presidential flag bearer slot. Where in the second time, knowing how competitive our MPP internal elections some of these things normally happen. Of course, the attacks nowhere from both sides. Inti Baumianko for the B bar, Ken and for the B bar, Edu baby Honorable Ken and Kasakra to be Edema Dr. Baumia calling him a liar and all of that. When the election is over, and we heard reporting so say mo flag bearer etu anamon eko mo ne won contest ye ni nyina nan so including Honorable Ken pictures eba ne ade enti that reconciliation no what other form of reconciliation bio ena wo hwa na say ena Honorable Ken pese ohun ansa na ya obi e woni mo no e free ho
Obi, me say you just about me take akra, so let me attempt to address it.
Okay.
Reconciliation is not an event. What I say?
That's true.
And this is where the it's a process.
Yes.
And when concerns come up on even the reconciliation process, I'm not sure it's so important for us to brush it off. At the end of the day, who loses and who wins? And to me, it doesn't matter. So this is not the first time. But this is the first time in the package against their party. This is the first time this is the first time Unyani colleagues or parliament. I mean, nobody is blaming anybody for anything. I'm not sure those were sanctions by Dr. Baumia. But what I'm sure and say, if leadership decides today, say Omuabi to Omonai Assembly so. Obi, maybe that alone itself cannot constitute a true and proper reconciliation. But Dr. Baumia, and if he's taking the step, and so I know he's also taking some steps. But bottom line is say, Obi, afani cannot interest about this made a mefanko. In the media message, a book Sonia Hobrasa say, the leadership should be demonstrated and the issues should be addressed. When you are doing reconciliation, it's not really about who has a case or who do not have a case. It's not really about who is right or who is not right. It's not really about the taking step, they won't take a step. I believe the most importantly, now this is not a time for condemnation. For me, this is a time for engagement, if you ask me.
Yeah, but when you listen to the interview critically, Honorable Kennedy Japan didn't just speak as Obia or what issues within the party or pay resolutions to. He was virtually stampeding or holding the party to ransom, because if you make comments, you want me to join these people, or you see other words, be a person next year by July, party name. Those are not comments from Obia or pay genuine resolution to issues in a party. Anna
Obi, and I make her say the comments he made, it was not a declaration of war on the party, especially if you understand all the background has and all the background story. Obi said the party has can't go a panic couldn't have and penny for a task in a what I say, and yet a penny for can be papa and a grada.
Yes.
Oh, Menyasho say, Obi to paro a fafo, no afraid the station or Cassan without having any basis. But you see, I will not be on this station and justify any basis, because maybe my first responsibility and my first love and my first patriotism is to this country and to this party. It's not necessarily to an individual. And no matter how the concerns he raised, whether justifiable or unjustifiable, Obi, I am saying, say, it exposes the reconciliation unit or the reconciliation chamber of our party that we can still do better.
Okay.
For me, that is how I see everything. Obi, to say is about seeing a half full glass, whether it's half full or half empty.
Yes.
And this is the opportunity. Whether we say, oh, and I can't do any basis, and I can't do a person threatening party, Obi or no didn't see Kaya party fitting and the Jew Bessineno. You think so? But sorry, I say all the legacy he's built over the years, he wants to destroy everything that he's built. Obviously, no. At the end of the day, one the benefits, one they lose, we all lose together. And I'm telling you, said the Canada, Japan, I know, will not ordinarily want to break this party. It is an opportunity. It's a phase we are going through. It is a phase we are going through. And this presents a very good opportunity for us to once again look at our reconciliation efforts. Because unless, of course, but here may be a sense already. So, they move the Becca say, the Ujidi, a Ujina secretary na Pampu, the Ujidi, a Dr. Baumi, the Ujidi or no Canada Japan or Cremo. So, a face say, na party no, in Nayaka and Wabum, na 2028. The Quaco Jacoyan.
So, what's reaction now about from some of the party communicators, ne grassroots for any social media, no? You get the feeling, say, for most of them, no, Sisi akra de yabrel de bia na wonkwa na de obeye bia ye you get that feeling from the reaction, no?
Obi, I'll be dishonest to say I don't get that feeling because them in social media they be amateur.
Yes.
Except to say yes, party for them kwa nekotoaba.
Okay.
You will still need the Canada Japan and his side. What I say? What about also the silent people? We have a party at Sebio Nyado. We have the track record. Of course, I mean, in the name of discipline. Former general secretary. I mean, we saw how he was handled. Former chairman. And but other people also maybe they have been handled their dispute resolution and reconciliation better. But at the end of the day, what is the consequential effect on the party? The yes party people or traditional party people who are so much conservative about protecting the image of the party, who show concerns. But what about also the ordinary Ghanaians? So let's even assume, without admitting that Kennedy was even wrong, just an assumption. You will still need him. You will still need Nimkofo. You will still need people that look up to him. Instead of say, we are justifying who was right or who is not right, why don't we sit down, say sorry to each other, let's forgive ourselves and move on. So we cannot do a deal.
Yeah.
The concern is no reason. If we had listened to him yesterday, or say, may I any chairman Sakoya Juma, may I any Abronya Koya campaign, may I any Coca Koya campaign, may I any Adrasa Fakoya campaign. Don't you think this is a man who is making an honest admission that this is what worries me? So let's address it.
Yeah, but he also said, but also can
address them.
Yeah. Kwesi ononso kanioma fanko for indi sanko for no so be dan ononso aye campaign. Why should it just be one-sided?
Obi, and yeah, one-sided a cry. Is that not the reason why I'm saying say this offers a movement for reconciliation?
Okay.
And once again provoking all dispute mechanisms and addressing them. Dispute mechanism is not one-sided. Reconciliation is not one-sided. Openi can ask we and so Penny, what's a media? Ebia, no, ya dream by a quite far so can need to say a in 10,000 yenga. We so say be a semi, I can't order my KBP. Oi, it be a kid rule, baby, a day. And if other person also have concerns, Ken is not the same. I mean, I'm one of the people, bra, or can Dr. Baumia, said Dr. Baumia, Liam. Me, and my friend, I'm saying, oh, I said no crowd or no, a kind. The information and the report I had, no kind of in town to know. What I say is one of his team members who misrepresented the facts. I even drew his attention. What I say, he obviously he's also a human being. He may have a strength and he also may have his weakness, just like any other person. But that is the whole essence of party building, party rebuilding, party reconciliation. We are not saying he's the only person that has been hurt.
Sure.
But we are saying, in a party like this, when concerns are raised, we shouldn't be so dismissive about it. The party is run by human beings. The party is not run by robots. The party is not run by program computers. They are so mechanical. Even program computers make mistakes. AI sometimes can make mistakes depending on how you prompt in. And he said, party me, a member to me hurt a party now. The party which is also run by human beings and not angels can also hurt a member. But would we be on radio and arguing back and forth? No. Please, let's get a truce. I find no chance about the study me fanko. I share the movie at the cinema boyina. But before say I assume you know who are na yede ebre. If I enter them nye bibia ma enye djuma. Na fe yi dan enka ehumum. Ochena miracles mo koye djuma. Omo de nam ha na kwasi part na wo so de nam ha. Na yefe because and now share global info analytics you are the buy who so yam beshi wo. Or see if you are to replay 2024, MPP will be doing 34%. Anna, NDC with Mahama will be doing 63%. Let's assume Mahama will not even be going. And the emphasis 10% and crying higher deal because they will be bringing a new candidate. Also be doing under 50%.
Yes.
So why do we think, say, at a moment like this, we cannot forgive each other, where irrespective of who is right or who is wrong, and come together and stop being mechanical and they be permanent free party and they be who does it benefit?
I get you a bit, but I mean, knowing Honorable Ken, like you do you think, sir, and from how he spoke yesterday, are you amenable to any form of reconciliation?
What was it? Omo ka omo pa no. So I said, yeah, omo ka wi na free ho. And I win him. Ken and Samuel Kain, can Asempa. This is my personal view.
Okay.
Say, and yet contest and I bet Ken Becca say the usual Ken, this wouldn't have been an issue. It's just right after the contest.
Yeah.
And everybody could read any meaning into this. And also who said then he also have to also make his claims very clear. Okay, so Becca Afari Assembly. I mean, Afari Assembly was just an opportunity to say that MPP Ghanaians hold us to a higher standard. And when we have an opportunity to finish a project, we should have finished. Other than that, when you question the NDC or criticize them, Ghanaians will refer us to cry about. Kennedy ordinarily has always been criticizing both MPP and NDC. But the reason why that became an issue was because we have just moved from a very tense election. And that should presuppose that we should admit that all is not well. And if all is not well, what do? We need to provoke the reconciliation battles.
But there is such a thing called anti-party conduct. I mean, even a simple dipstick surveyor, a lot of my party members would have issues with the party, would have issues. In fact, Nansaya mo polling station elections, krano, yatete sem from a lot of polling stations. Baby omontimi antwaba, baby a confusion see party for ne wo ensem eka. But do you think they should all adopt the Honorable Ken approach? Then you guys will have no party, no? And that's why Bianco Fobi said he's holding the party to ransom too much. And I've read a petition, one of the young guys in the party, Atro, said party in taking it through the disciplinary process. You think, say, all of that and necessary for now?
We a lawyer ni.
Yes.
They actually a law who pay litigation.
That's true.
Say Asempa is court mu bia tremanso.
Absolutely.
Even in litigation, you start try say if it be dispute resolution.
Yes.
Our settlement in
yes.
I arbitration
yes.
We are sure say in the wisdom of the framers of the law, no. Omo who say no ebwa answer. Answer there Asempa court. I mean, if you want to be mechanical about everything there, I don't think it will benefit anyone. That's why I said that this is an opportunity for engagement and not an opportunity for condemnation and being mechanical under the umbrella of the law.
Okay.
Who are being mechanical there? In this place, I said that. Well, who provoked those battles? What I say, who provoked those battles? So why is it that you think that those battles has become necessary to provoke? Oh yes, sir. What you are saying is that, you see, let me put it this way. When somebody loses an election, maybe, just maybe, the person will be at liberty to become better or paint, depending on any description you want to give the person. Fair deal. Because we lose lesson behind also and the other edge. But we need lesson that you have a greater responsibility to ensure, say, even the wire or supposed better and pain, you still bring the person along. Yes, you can be able to take Canada Japan through party disciplinary process. What is the West? The West is say this fellow from the party. Are we ready for the consequence of that? Obi, free money so yes, party I'm for one individual. Oh, no individual is bigger than the party. Yes, it is true. No individual is bigger than the party. But an individual's inclusion or exclusion can also affect our fortunes, especially timing. Looking at the timing. Yeah. We are not 2028 is that losing a new candidate to defend this year, but also back to open 8 years and
in fact, I mean, Omua make his argument nakase before 2016 elections, mo pam mo national chairman, mo general secretary, first vice chair, still amu winning elections, and Honorable Ken can go and you can still win. Omo argument, no.
Obi, it is not a reconciliation argument, and I mean, for lack of better words, if you ask me, it is not a wise conversation or argument. I don't think that makes us season behind the facts it presents and the dynamics that it presents. We are at a crossroad where we need numbers. Opamo Kwabena Japan, chairman. At that time, what was the mood of the nation? The mood of the nation before Pamo Kwabena Japan, the mood was telling, say, you need a minor or Opamo Afoko. What was the mood of the nation then? Can you say the same mood today? Can you say the same mood today? When you compare all the dynamics or knowing the indicators, can you say all the mood today? The mood today requires that the MPP needs to be united as one accord and as stronger as never before as compared to then. At that time, the season then was to demonstrate that we are a party that we are very disciplined. This time around, there's no really about discipline. The dynamics is more on unity than discipline. And when you are focusing on a united dynamic, the conversation should also be a bit softened. For me, if you ask me, those are my comments on it.
Very well. Kwasi, my say for your time, Bibiania, Yebesia Babidin Komobio. Why? We wish you very well. Yeah, that's it. Kwasi Kwatin Ekasa Emma, the Honorable Kennedy Akompreko Japan. Still on NPP matters, no. One other flag bearer aspirant in the just ended presidential primaries, now Dr. Brian Echampong, is also on the back of all of this controversy, issue statement. His statement is titled, "A Call to Unite Behind Our Party and Our Flag Bearer." Fellow members of the NPP, I speak to you today not as a bystander to a recent contest, but as one who stood in it. Like Honorable Kennedy Japan, I offered myself to our delegate in the January primary, and like him, I did not emerge the winner. I therefore understand, perhaps better than most, the weight of disappointment that follows a hard-fought campaign and the depth of emotion invested by candidates and supporters alike. It is precisely from that place of shared experience that I make this appeal. Our party suffered a painful defeat in 2024. The single most important task before us between now and 2028 is to rebuild, to reunite, and to return to power. Nothing, no grievance, no provocation, no personal quarrel can be allowed to stand above that mission. Every day we spend fighting one another is a day we hand freely to our opponent. I have followed with concern the recent remarks by Honorable Kennedy Japan and his threat of action against the party and against certain individuals. Ken is a son of this party, a man whose energy, resources, and loyalty over the decades cannot be questioned, and whose voice carries weight across our grassroots. It is for that very reason that I urge him respectfully but firmly to lower the temperature and to lend his considerable influence to the work of healing rather than division. Let me be candid about the source of his hurt, because it is real. During and after the contest, a few voices around the flag bearer, and even my own campaign directed disrespect and sometimes insult at Honorable Ejapong that were unworthy of our tradition. Many of us wished these individuals had been restrained and wished our elders had moved more swiftly to call them to order. That wish was legitimate. But we must also be fair and truthful. There is no evidence that Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia commissioned, directed, or endorsed those attacks. The individuals responsible carry their own long-standing grievances with Honorable Ejapong, quarrels that are personal to them, and that they have pursued on their own account. It would be a grave error to allow the misconduct of a few to be charged to the account of our flag bearer, or worse, to our entire party. And let us be honest with ourselves on all sides. In the heat of a contest, none of us speak with perfect restraint, and harsh words passed in more than one direction. Honorable Ejapong's own among them. I say this not to apportion blame, for I believe such words were spoken in the passion of the moment rather than from the heart. My hope is simply that all of us, those who wounded Ken and Ken himself, might find the grace to make peace without anyone waiting for the other to move first. That is what true reconciliation asks of us. Because here is the truth that must anchor us. This is about Dr. Bawumia and the NPP, and not about the handful of individuals with their own scores to settle. Dr. Bawumia is now the candidate of all of us. He carries the mandate not only of those who voted for him, but of every member who voted for Ken, for me, and for the others who contested. To rally around him is not to take a side in anyone's personal feud. It is to defend the party that is bigger than all of us. So I appeal to Honorable Kennedy Ejapong, to his supporters, and to mine. Let us lay down the weapons of internal warfare. Action, the verb unity. And let us close ranks behind our flag bearer so that in 2028, we restore the NPP to the service of the people of Ghana. Unity is not weakness. Unity is how we win. Signed, Dr. Brian Echampong, MP, and former Minister of Food and Agric, and former presidential aspirant. And an Ensa Eshekrata way. I don't know what you think, but you can share your thoughts with us. 0548 443 523. 0548 443 523. Let's get onto the phone lines, Bio. Na yenin komo. This time, the communications director for Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, Dennis Miracles Abuaje. Miracles akwa bana pom te saying.
Council, I don't know.
Sir, opposition no communications director for Dr. Bawumia. We've seen a list making round. A genuine list.
Naze, Obi say Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia or list the our person or the top ones here. Yeah, they be releasing the formally.
Okay.
She wants a 1 year who former release we are. I don't think so. It's a concern about.
Because based on that list, I'm a frail communications director. No, that's what I
have
saw.
been communications director for the company up to now.
No, it was for the 2026 campaign.
So want to say also where you were.
The
if at any point in time, if there is anything, we'll put it out. But for now, let's stay focused.
The Martinez we a team lead, People's Forum, and they are no correct.
I heard the assembly. We founder, leader, the People's Miracles Award.
Before see
people, with the people and by the people.
Before see a People's Forum, Moletta, open letter, matro to the Chief Justice near Deno. Let's take with issues within Mo party. Enra Mejese Wutie interview Honorable Kennedy Akompre Kwe Japan grante. And Meneni spokesperson Kwesi Kwatin Eddie Nkomo, and he's made the point yeah, this should rather call for sober reflection, and maybe the party should look inward and see how best our reconciliation efforts now because people are not happy about Nyome course. So in times past, you have to heal, and where should be that point of reference for you to heal. Oje Tumusa.
In fact, many questions join you, and I'm saying, Asempa.
Okay.
Now to say I'm disappointed is an understatement.
Oh, why should you be disappointed?
I am not going to comment on the audio
Okay.
And then some
Asempa FM.
Era Canada Point. I won't comment on it. Question a spokesperson. The typical or non cast on question of the church. And to question church more fine. The concern they say and seminar on a book in a Japan kind. And yet, hope not get to question the fact. And so for him to spend all this time ostensibly trying to justify the commentary is unfortunate. Because the MPP I don't know. Or maybe it's only question and honorable Ken that are in that mood. I don't think the parties for no are in the mood now. Because Obi, you are aware that in the past few months, the party and its members have been very busy reorganizing from the base. Last week, in a party for the quiet line, a Kotoaba, electoral coordinators, police station, electoral coordinators, say a lot of party people, new campaign teams, made up of police station executives, they are moving around within their constituencies, campaigning to be elected as constituency officers. They have been busy. Party for have been busy. Every MPP member are running elections. I've joined the party for all these years. I'll tell you, say, MPP is not known to be like this. And see, wow, poster, we have to begin to have conversations around you and not say party for them. Obi, political party. I read political science at Legon, and the fundamental principle in political party formation is that one or two people agree on one or two issues based on which they will come together to form a party. They didn't say they will agree on every issue. In a political party, the expectation is not say you agree on Asempa to Emu ye nyina beje Asempa ko anamienu bia ye nyina gitum se we de ye nyina ene sa asem ne ya adwen. And that is what we rally around. And once we rally around sa agreement, every other issue that comes in the way of that particular thing we agree to, no, is secondary, tertiary. We push it aside and focus on what we agree to. It is a question said. And a party for in a way, it's not true. It cannot be correct. Obi, what is on the ground is that the party, your police station elections, and Brewa4 and Kokra, Brantier, are a line 1 hour, 2 hours ahead of the elections committee arriving at the police station to participate in the process. You cannot call this to be a party for no. And this commentary has been running for months. In fact, you run this commentary throughout the primaries. The party has moved on. The party understands that we still would have disagreement on other issues. It has been like that since formation of the MPP. However, we agree on one. That is, the MPP is a superior political party, a better alternative for the people of this country than the NDC. And so we must win power in 2028. And when the once the agree on a one, if after close to 6 months, at 2 baby, now say member ba consign a kasa a kwaya ira can Japan faso kasa. Me, I don't want to comment on it. Question a Casamano to question a church. But I don't expect Kwesi say Obeba church mo akwa faso church. Omen drop party for ni na anko win. Obi, there's no banter on this matter. Party for NPP for are not bantering. nipa baako pɛ MPP ni baako pɛ ɛna wakɔka asɛm wɔ radio so. Nti Kwesi shouldn't create an impression say MPP for Bantay Kontokwa. What to say obi eyi the honorable Kredapon Kanano. David. So I would expect to say Nkatama Kwesika and a reconciliation and we should do this. Who is he really addressing? Because Obianka hey, party for Obianko ye. Into Kwesika san why no addressing? Party penny baako na abeka asɛm a ye nyina agitum asɛm no. It brings the name of the party into disrepute. Threatening the party, basically blackmailing the party. That is what I thought say he would come and address. When come here, especially Sanka Kosiba Kase Obi, asem we beka ni see, beka ni demunti. Yenja na echi beka waso. But for him to try and draw everybody in and attempt to draw the party into the conversation, I find it most unfortunate.
But would you also say, and you honestly believe in your heart of hearts, there are no party members now flowing from what happened in the presidential primaries, no? Our more menasepoka krebi, Honorable Ken probably echo what some members of the party feel. And
I would never say that. There has never been a time in the life of any political party in the world. Party would be any menace. Mami example, Babo. Take any first world country. Party be Baba, a friend is the NDC or moving elections. They be the Roberts in our faces. Did they go into the elections? All of them agreeing to everything. Didn't you see the before letter that he wrote to withdraw from the presidential primaries of the NDC? Okay, Fonka Games.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, elections 2016. Okay, situation here. Bepemone, the no can say Bepemone, and you afraid that party members in Peniphobia they were suspended or more try to member back to come and run and contest for elections. It will be. There has never been a time, never in the life of any political party, not MPP, not NDC, not the Democratic Party, not the Republican Party, not the Labour, not the Conservative. There has never been a time. I am a student of politics, a student of political science. There is never a time in the life of a political party where everybody agrees with everything. Men can say, as I speak to you, say a polling station executives, as far as or more concerns about choir. Omo fast wa ebi omo luso omo polling station elections obi omo nyina mbra radio so mekata omo nyina nko TV so nko kata. That is what we are talking about. Until nobody should try and draw the MPP into this. Una wakoye wa dia at the party ndi abo so me no ka say ene why are we discussing MPP? When was the last time I was discussing MPP? Kamia Kwako yet say, and be a party maybe see crime passo. I need this for this year. It's almost to be between. That is what we are trying to address. When I come and say, I call about the first or the council here. That's what you in Adam. This is not an MPP matter. This is a member of an of the MPP that is running the name of the party into disrepute.
Because our support our concerns about how as a party for any be and America or you better or you say any day, it's clear say reconciliation no and ye papa and that's what Kwesi Kwarteng is calling on party leadership. No,
yeah, you are born saying obi me kram yeketwa kraktoa miracles a sukonoma to send me party mu me akra obi send me concerns or party which I have. Why not me many concerns? Some more concerns. Don't you think that I also have concerns with some conduct of other members of the party? I'm feeling some and come for us one but almost about the radios. Obi me to what is my complaining about MPP radios? But you don't think I have concerns? I also have concerns. That is what I'm telling you. Say there are millions of other party people who all have concerns. The difference between them and this situation is that none of them are on radio and TV threatening the party, blackmailing the party, and drawing the name of the party into disrepute. Okay, that is a fact. And nobody should use issue of for consent. Who said say political party made up of a million people or be anybody woman at the same time? But that common goal is what rallies all of us together. That common goal of winning 2028. It is only a party. That's our goal. That doesn't draw you towards the flag of the party there. Then you are the one that needs to be addressed, and not the MPP and reconciliation. What is reconciliation? Reconciliation doesn't mean that the Akameno but me just to say maybe you do the mean now still I want to mean do positioner Utumika say minje bibi anto ntene enko enim dia. Then we have a problem. That is what we want to address.
Yeah,
to
but
the extent that 6 months after elections, Obia the Nasama to change. They want to be for the end to change. That is a worry. Obi, we cannot pretend about this matter.
Yeah, because ordinary the to China will not just happen in a vacuum. It should be within a particular context. I was say, you can say, I was a casa cost. I was a meetings.
There are systems in the party, processes in the party. Let me tell you, no leader of the MPP has been as reconciliatory as Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. No blackmail Bawumia, sir. Can't be known yet. It's an aspirant or more running a contest. So, the Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia Bonsu, including even senior members, are openly, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia plainly, even at the displeasure of party members. There are some people that Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia come with party was now where they are. Yempesa Obekoho, we Castle Cassetia, now to me, now could rock on her. Why not Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia Konifi? One of the Mahmoud Bawumia Konifi can say, Yenje Bibi Anton Chen, Niem pursue the common goal for the elephants, including Honorable Kennedy Japan. It's the MBM and Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. At what point would this end? At what point would we say enough is enough? Obi, it is not normal for a party member to come on radio and threaten the party and say, "Some we are make good party, no." Also, is all drawn into the other person. So I just say, make good party, no, make say party, no. You don't do that to a political party. You are threatening the party. Obi, people lay down their lives for this party. And you nipa back home. You cry young kwala obi me say me ya kwala kete. At least 23 years of my life, I've dedicated it to this party. 23 years. Me say you. 23 years of my life, I've dedicated it to this party. Obi, call online, call Google, call Facebook, call Twitter. Now, question: when you did not tell nipa, you put nipa 5 a bio matem or party from the NDC side. But I am not on radio complaining about what I feel. Me personally, I feel say the party should have done and that the party should do. No, it is not about my personal view. It's about the collective agreement of the party. Say the Ebeko. I may disagree, but I have to follow. Even if I have concerns, there are internal mechanisms. Party, concerns. It doesn't include blackmailing the party and threatening the party on radio. And it's a question should not come on air to justify this. It is very unfortunate. I am ashamed. I'm embarrassed.
No, but
by what I heard.
I don't think Kwesi justified it, did he? Because what I heard him say, was
in some way, you know, that's what happened.
Yes.
So over radio, so now because there are legitimate concerns. We need to do this. There are party people. The party should not brush it aside. You are justifying it. You see, the point is that you have concerns. Everybody does, including even Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, who is the flag bearer, including the General Secretary Koduya. Everybody has concerns because as individuals, we have different understanding of issues. But that is why the party has system to aggregate views and take decisions. It is the aggregated views. You take a decision. Now you follow. Same party now. You cannot have justification for it. I don't want our concerns.
In that interview, no, he and I think Kwesi Kwarteng also repeated. He mentioned specific names. Do you think, sir, in the interest of party unity, those specific names you should maybe render an unqualified apology to him, and then you can move on as a party? Or
if they say they won't do, are they the party? Those individuals, some of them are MPP. You have personal issues with people, personal problem. You feel that some individuals have personally hurt you. Are they MPP? Obi me to way. Me kwam na me MPP. Into who can say some miracles. Antonio Mama Mia. MPP. Oh, what are you doing? That is not how we run a political party. It is a call on winning flag bearer. And Nanka Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, say, Open Cabenide. Aden Obi. It is on a flag bearer. And Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, say, and Cabenide. Obi, okay, Bantidada. Okay, Honorable J. Mesa.
Yeah.
On one Conta, President Kofo. Why your campaign in Tiano? Uncle Jina campaign, I think I said President Kofo, Bantidada, or you know, just Wayento. President Kofo winning primaries, no? What say? Said that GH and the number air completely, air cancer. You don't threaten the New Patriotic Party. You don't. There is no justification for it. If you want something to be done, you don't threaten the party to have it done. Obviously, so by 23 years in the party, no party no great design.
Asempa FM.
Obi party no design. So what you say? It's young crying, yes, sir. It's mona mote party na more party no fitting. If you do this, you are putting all of us our lives at risk. We wake up in the morning and labor for this party. Koshe, ko Facebook na ko Twitter la koshe. Obi, me wo constituency. The show say am rant here call up and down. Ye adwuma ma party we. Na nipa baako because we say nipa mienu ana miense bi o ma ye bibia ma na ye oyenti. O to party ni na atwene. Na we so be justify. When our lives are at risk, people's future at risk. Omo muti opa obi bi already SCA na my MPP fo etie won kasa na obete ya omudi. Check for the past 6 months this party has been on course. After na hwede eka. Hwede discussing. When was the last time I want to see you discussing MPP say? Now they take beer you be discussing MPP in this light Diano. It should be coming from you. Why? You two abayi honorable Brana Champo. So Lucy, what is our BBC? Only concern. Now to Obia ko election no Lucy no yes here. You bet from my room. Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia lost a national election. Have you heard him do this to the country? Now Dr. Bawumia Obi Wadaroma, Dr. Bawumia Obi and Dinatem. Respectfully, Honorable Kennedy upon himself, and ne supporter, on one kasa openly insulted Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, on one kasa openly on the cameras in him, did Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. What is that Dr. Bawumia say? Member of no make kasa, this will be family. Why? Why? Obi, why are you holding all of us at ransom? I'm very passionate about this conversation because Obi, bre. Me no kasa fiti no pa makasa radio so makoma ko sex. Mada me kum ne afre no manjane na mafa phone. I was just on Joy News. Me yes me to nkwa na Asempa sai frame. Me na maso abefa call. Ko to Facebook na kwhwe, ko Twitter na kwhwe. Obi, there are MPP young people. Ya pamo mo fi o madwuma because some MPP for. They are counting on this party to get back to power. There are young patriots. Obi, oye na dwuma okumase, wa settle on in the family. Oye MPP ninti, NDC aban we buy. Ya post no call wale. Obi a wabɔ ne ho atena ase wɔ Kumase a we posi na akɔ wale da bɛn e na oba be peska aboabɔ ne ho afa ne mma akɔ wale akɔ pesku e de ma no obi yɛ dwuma wɔ Tamale ɛhɔ no te ɔyɛ bibia wɔ hɔ ya posi ne fi Tamale e de na bɛsen abankan da bɛn e ndo ba kɔ frɛ me ɔso yɛ dwuma wɔ diare ɔwɔ Tamale ɔmo posi ne fi Tamale de na abankan because of MPP he has to come to Accra with his 5 children and his wife. How is this person supposed to even readjust? These people have been victimized and they are counting on the MPP to come to power. That is what the parties and its members are focused on. We are not focused on individual interests, what we feel, any emotions. Obi, yeni abre. It's a question I didn't want to comment on this thing. Me ne kasa o joy, man commenting on it. But me tie no Asempa no, me ra ho.
Asempa FM.
Me ra ho pa. Why do we do this? Dear Bonepano Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. Obobo nipa mi say na ka me so obobo Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. Din nkono abeso ya ba be paucho. E chopa ben biem. Dr. Bawumia ba ufie no abetena se. Ene we din komo. Wa company fu aka nyina ho ne o din komo. E dem biem no ye. To Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia no kasada. Se o kaseti obi akwala na panin krada obi. What ba kompoda. Sinipa no na flag bearer. Hwe bra papa ya bre. 2024 campaign or yeah. Tadwe da papa etrim. Any ideas or one man my way or that to akonya so. Me no ka say committee meetings koso or no more tinase almost niema to provide alternative solutions to this country. But he can only implement this thing when he wins power. Or so no pedia na mo betu bibia tum.
Yeah, but
ono akasa de onye issue na obi na ebibi this say obi why.
Yeah, but he even made the point say for the past 6 months party for mo to abayi mu leader ewie no obi aye kom kasa kra mo nkasa bi na obi ampo ntimi nkata ide aban no because mo nyina no o yusu phrase be atente huo etua mo nua moto ti obi akra ntimi nkasa na party na se mo wo ho na aban no ibu na or mine no muntimi kra nkasa you heard that as well.
Is it true? And see that is even disrespect to the teaming party people or mo ye dwuma MPP. Because Obi, what's Asempa? You know the news and the stories you have been discussing on Asempa. Is it the case? Say MPP, is it the case?
Asempa FM.
Isn't the NDC and its communicators all over the place defending this government? And your interview or quiet and draw, and when you be discussing, and won't we be discussing the NDC government? The most expensive government in the history of this country. The most expensive government in the history of this country, and it's our my way. And on another year discussing as a quiet interview, no. And maybe you should remind him. So that is what we're discussing. I have personally called on all our communicators not to comment on this and ask them. It's even at their displeasure. When I gave them that gag order, some of them even disagreed with me, but I told them that is their order. I didn't even want to comment on this. But for you to even come and say MPP for job by normal Obi, is that true? The millions of MPP people who have taken this government on, you are basically saying someone here. The unkwana obe kasanka obe to my edge one. It's hurtful. It's very hurtful. So me no can say any interview ya okoye and raw or threatening party here. And by now you discussing over bloated budget for this government. That's what we are discussing. And discussing Chief Justice on here buying penny for Shibomudam Pabakoso. And Kadana Kabana Yeka. So you are the one who has distracted the party right now. And so don't come and disrespect the people who are sacrificing their lives for the party, fighting for this party day, afternoon, night. I am hurt by that comment. Very, very hurt by that comment. And yeah, and then I'm saying, and Dr. Mahmoud Bamia, any Christian Council Koshia. Obi, and yes, a few weeks ago, about 3 weeks ago, and a minority friends committee at the report on Mukonya free cocoa farmers, on around the country, at the bread of Mahmoud Bamia. So what is he talking about? DM Panoka. Why? Yes, sir, no. Yes, sir, no. Obi, respectfully, people's lives are under threat because of this government. Obi, me no can say. They would go after everything in your life, but we are all putting everything on the line to put this government on its toes. Because after all, Kebma Kebi and none in a womb. Yes, you are no more kasa. It's a phone my equanians yakasa. I didn't be you been by way on the back foot or more yen yama while mine he would have to throw something in. Why?
There I've cited a petition online from one of my party, I think Deputy Tescon National Coordinator also. The Akoma Party General Secretary said Honorable Ken should be taken through disciplinary process. I don't know so what site is our petition now, but you've seen it.
Yeah.
You think it's the way to go?
I don't have any view on that. The party has structures and systems to deal with issues. I mean, for example, party member you are not sure petitioning. That is the way to go. All concerns are party no is share our faso. It is only place you know or women are support or concern. But once on one call radio TV so one call the party na them and threaten party no. Or their top papers or they come the appropriate committee. That is the way to go. As to whether meritorious of anything or not, that is not in my place to see. But we are party in penny for Saka on the say the papa bu woman come bed the faso no. Not normally a faso.
Ma yem fire no and so hona now let me talk to you as team lead for the People's Forum. Na mihumu open letter matro the Akoma Chief Justice. There is a response already from the Office of the Judicial Secretary. Na Osei Judicial Service clarifies circumstances surrounding Chief Justice's visit to Black Stars camp in Canada. Minim so when you be a kaya. But I'll say the Judicial Service has taken note of public commentary and media discussions following the circulation of photographs showing His Lordship Justice Paul Bafo-Boni, Chief Justice of the Republic of Ghana, during a visit to the camp of Ghana's senior national football team, the Black Stars, in Canada. While public interest in matters concerning holders of high public office is understandable and forms an important aspect of democratic accountability, it is necessary to place the facts surrounding the matter in their proper context. The Chief Justice is currently on official vacation. His trip to Canada was undertaken in his private capacity and entirely at his own expense. During his stay, and as a patriotic Ghanaian and keen sport enthusiast, the Chief Justice took the opportunity to visit the camp of the Black Stars to offer words of encouragement and support as they participate in the ongoing FIFA World Cup. The visit was motivated solely by a desire to support the national team and should be viewed in that light. Photographs taken during the visit have, however, generated commentary and speculation that do not accurately reflect the circumstances under which they were taken. The Judicial Service wishes to emphasize that judicial independence does not require judges to withdraw entirely from society or cease to participate in ordinary aspects of national life. Judges remain citizens of the Republic and members of the communities they serve. What the Constitution requires of judges is independence of mind, fidelity to the law, and impartiality in the discharge of their judicial functions. These are the principles that guide the conduct of the Chief Justice and all judicial officers. In every democratic society, persons occupying different constitutional offices will inevitably encounter one another in both official and non-official settings. The mere fact of such encounters cannot, without more, reasonably be construed as evidence of partisanship, bias, or political affiliation. The Chief Justice remains fully committed to the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana, the independence of the judiciary, and the fair and impartial administration of justice to all persons, irrespective of political persuasion, social status, or personal background. It goes on and on and on, but the most important part of the statement, this should settle more concerns and I'm winning and I'm sa open letter no anamebwa.
But first of all, I mean, you very appreciate the Judicial Service for at least responding to our letter. That's how democracies are run, and we are grateful. Even the swiftness with which Omar responding is quite refreshing. But again, it's very reassuring. I must also confess, because what kind of spirit of our letter, you'd realize that we're quite clear. Say, and I'll read one paragraph. You say this is not a question of whether you are a man of integrity. For the sake of this letter, I accept entirely that you are. However, the situation reasonably casts a shadow over your neutrality. In a constitutional democracy, optics are not trivial; they are foundational. The Lady Justice, in the scale of justice, wears a blindfold for a reason. It is a message to the world that justice is blind, that it does not see the face of power, that no one, not even the vice president, not even the president, has a privileged relationship with the temple of justice. Your conduct in the high office ought to give an assurance to the people of Ghana your complete neutrality. Obi, we are not questioning the integrity of the Chief Justice. We are questioning the optics and the discomfort that the Chief Justice conduct gives those of us who do not have such proximity to him. And to a letter now, I'm sure, say, as a lawyer, you'd read the letter and you saw the high level of respect and regard in the letter.
Yes.
That is what we represent. What we are saying is not to say Chief Justice, the air can say, because Obi, already know, a by way of persecuting a political opponent, or persecuting political opponent, or persecuting dissenting views. Meno can say, for the first time in the history of this country, bill has been weaponized to the extent say Oko a friend is saying court, and now Oko even security agencies still. It means bail conditions. One here just say Oko now Oko friend may not be intervening. When now people are being kept 3-4 months in jail because someone to meet bail conditions. They have not been sentenced. Some of them have not even been charged for any crime, but simply because the law says let them put up some conditions so that when you are looking for them, you can find them. People are even punished before they even see their charge sheet. It is a Soranopa, near who said, Omo disable we omo abemuno. Only omo na party, omo adore no ho. Omo fase ye wo ho. Omo fase wedding wo ho. Udi di omochi. Omo tu ane wetiem. The bia na unam ha. Obi is a legitimate cause for concern for us. And I'm not the only one that is concerned. In fact, Obi, so what kind letter you notice that there was a part in the letter where I made a very passionate appeal to the chief justice, where I was telling him, say, Mekra may sign a letter here on behalf of the People's Forum. Now I want to ask him, say, based on the relationship on the NDC way, say letter here, my trace, NDC focus on money so between many omono who has his ears, that they can even collaborate with him to come after me. Simply because they are not happy that I've called him out with his relationship, the relationship that he has with them. So we are only looking for assurance. Yeah, assurance. Yes, that's what the Chief Justice said. On your ordinary citizen, I hope Penamene Judicial Service disagree. The Chief Justice is not an ordinary citizen. The Chief Justice has no business to be seen following the president's brother at a funeral, like his boy. It is wrong optics. The Chief Justice should step out with aura, with grace, that whether you are President Mahama or former President Akufo-Addo, you have no privileged relationship with him. You are all equal before him. Whether you are miracles or you are the citizen Kojo Mensa, as far as friend is saying,
FM.
Before the Chief Justice, you are all equal. But in the current situation, I'm sorry, Obi. You to me pretend it. Oh, your lawyer, court. I know there are thousands of lawyers listening to me. His lordship, the Chief Justice, is not giving us that comfort. The relationship with the NDC, no, and awkward. Ye who be sad that. And my ya can be very uncomfortable. You believe in it, send your new mutu yano. You supposed to say, yeah, some that's your backward. Omo wana son, ye need a son. Because on no money koba, on no money nakana. And that is not what the office of the Chief Justice is supposed to be doing. Yeah, but I am glad that the Judicial Service has responded, but they should take what we are saying into good faith. It's not just about saying you are neutral. It is about how you show everybody say you can be neutral.
Yeah, but the optics point you make, no, the statement for the Judicial Service said, don't dwell so much on the optics, and they make the point, say, let me get this part, you know. The Judicial Service wishes to emphasize that judicial independence does not require judges to withdraw entirely from society. In the judges backward word, non-backward party, or cease to participate in ordinary aspects of national life. Justices are also citizens of the Republic. They are members of communities or seeing them at parties, funerals, should not lead you to drawing conclusions.
Nancy, Supreme Court Judge Biba,
yes. Yes.
Chief Justice Baye.
Yes.
That is not of concern because that is the Chief Justice colleague on the bench, Neba Wedding. But for Christ's sake, if you attend the communications officer of the NDC, Sami Jemfi's father-in-law's funeral, and you are seen following the president's brother like his boy, I have a video I can share with you. Obi, that is not you being part of society. That is you basically romanticizing with the people in government. It gives those of us who are not in government discomfort. Because already, these people in government are persecuting us. They are harassing us. That is what we are talking about. Immediately you stepped into that role as Chief Justice, you cease to be an ordinary citizen. It means that you don't withdraw from social event or society, but you carefully choose. You carefully choose. Obi, did you see the video of the Chief Justice of Canada? I was embarrassed to the extent that Chief Justice of the Republic, the number 4 man in this country, Edu baby no Jinechire, Sebe, to say Osha. This man should be there with an entourage. The Chief Justice of the Republic.
No, I must say on this Canada trip, it was a private trip. He's on vacation.
Obi, the Chief
he was
Justice
not there
of the
as
Republic
Chief Justice.
Of Ghana, on a private trip should not be seen awkwardly being enclosed, being in an entourage with the Vice President. I'm sorry. but that is bad optics. It's as if he has been shoved behind. General Vice President and a Vice President. No, you stand shoulder by shoulder with the Vice President of the Republic and you shake the hands of the players. The Chief Justice should not be seen in the shadows of people in government, as if he wants a favor from them, and that if he's not following them in that manner, they will take something away from him. I am not comfortable. The People's Forum are not comfortable, and the millions of Ghanaians in this country are not comfortable.
The People's Forum,
as a last resort.
The People's Forum should understand that in every democratic society, and I'm reading from the Judicial Service statement,
yes.
In every democratic society, persons occupying different constitutional offices, in this case, the president, the vice president, the chief justice, the speaker of parliament, the EC boss, and all of the other heads of the ICBs, will inevitably encounter one another in both official and non-official settings. It's possible, sir, in a non-official setting like Stadium Ewa Canada, the Chief Justice can encounter the Vice President. Almost say, the mere fact of such encounters cannot, without more, reasonably be construed as evidence of partisanship, bias, or political affiliation.
Obi, perception is important. Optics cannot be trivialized. It's foundational. Judicial Service, I am sure, would admit this. All we are saying is he should work on it. We are not comfortable with it. We believe that as the Chief Justice of the Republic, we don't want to see you in the shadows of the people in government. Because that's what we are saying. They should take it and work on it. Because who will be say that? Mami, example of any Chief Justice who will be say one order. You won't be say that. This is the first time. And so we are not used to this as a country. What we are used to is a Chief Justice that gives that aura, that grace, that confidence. Say, I don't see anybody, I don't hear anybody. I see the law, I hear the law, and everybody is equal. In this current circumstance, Judicial Secretary, Judicial Service, respectfully, the optics is crucial. Don't trivialize it. Perception is important. Don't trivialize it. That's what we are saying, Ruby. And we are appealing to them to read the letter again and read it in detail. Don't defend it. Rather, look at it and see how you can amend and make sure that every other citizen is comfortable. Obviously, I mean, okay, and this is for better time. No, me call. Now, so I'm going to tata me. And if I'm going to make a court, and yet Chief Justice is making.
Yes.
Democracy is one who can say me to make a Chief Justice as a then it is a Chief Justice here making a say. Now, on the NDC for the name omo kontanomni omo nse onoma yi ase. The president ni echi to say the boy sebe. Na se me kojira na nimu a obi. Say asem na bi kra me di for kwa na edit me. Say me madwe me say onye o maka bo no we di etia me boa.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about. And only the maker.
Miracles.
E bi kra na masem no me di for. But esa de say kwan ya wafa so onye o manante. Ene onye o mu di hwe ehwe bom nti. Say me ba na masem no e bi kra me di for kwa udi tia me a. Bitumi dika say only o mo hwe bom nti na we di asem na ide etia me. Yes, you know. That letter we wrote was with all intent and purpose to help us shape our democracy. So one say no one yet say Obi. In our conclusion, let me read and I'll end there. This is what we said. Your Lordship, history will ask whether during one of the most fragile periods in the life of Ghana's judiciary, in which one Chief Justice was removed from office for you to be appointed by President John Romani Mahama as Chief Justice, you conducted yourself in a manner that strengthened or weakened the public belief in the independence of the court, or you superintended over a judiciary that was fair, impartial, and protective of the rights of Ghanaian citizens and business. I call upon you in the name of Ghana's Constitution, in honor of your own sworn undertaking, and in service to the generations of Ghanaians who will inherit the venerated institutions you had, to rise to the full and uncompromising demands of your office. We are simply asking the Chief Justice to step back, watch the optics he has put out so far, and amend it in a way that makes all of us comfortable. For now, those of us who take on this government, we are not comfortable because of his romance with the people in government.
Very well. Miracles, may I not see Bibiani Ebesia Babidin Komobio? Why?
I'm sure about you.
Yeah, that's a papa. Into that, Dennis Miracles Sabwajo, a team lead at the People's Forum, and Onwan Sosai, communications director for Dr. Mahamudu Baumia and Motezi and no ADM Como Ekosiisen so high Asempa 94.7 FM. Yene Professor Michael Buedinyamiche Ebedi Enkomo, but that would be after this very, very short break. Yankom Rayeba, we get to speak to Professor Michael Buedinyamiche. Pick your notepad, for pen, netna say your paper which show New Year resolutions was on a fato and chain. We are going to do an evaluation and assessment of how far we've come. We are midway through the year 2026. And the time is of the essence. Nioma okasa obeye no wetimi aye ye be kire de wasa wo ye ka ho na utimi di koko wie ewa wie pa untimi nya enso a what is the problem ye be kire and how best you can overcome all of that. Professor Michael Buedinyamiche will do us the honors after this short break. You want to stay with us? Ye besisia.
Say a bano electrical appliances baby baako pe na obinya de papa na ne wolf Franco smart TVs every 32 Ekosiisen 100 inches air conditioners, washing machines, blenders, microwaves, kettle, cooking stoves. Your sounds with CCTV cameras, any crystal clear, never phones, any accessories. Abi you know that Franco number 1 Bura Franco shop beer benwo nekwajo electrical appliances yatete first 0246 422 338 and 0555 939311 and www.francotrading.com. Obetumi akọ App Store, any Play Store. No download the Franco app. Franco still phone papa. It's here.
Semisoriano pa, Kale Chaco toothpaste na me twitwi missing. And mommy confidence, the money nyina.
Se wushia ama na me sifite guso na mesrea. Eyo wanwa me the Kale Chaco toothpaste and twitwi missing. Obo ade ni pa e wo bidie mu no. Ene e dia ye Kale Chaco toothpaste. E boy sen ho ban e free mowa e boy sin mu tokro. E si ahye ene enumunka. Sure say amani Kale Chaco toothpaste so nie. Yet center for.
Media magical Chaco toothpaste at tubu. Me use na no pa na dwa me kodano. E ma me sinye fita. Confidence level kwasro etibinama. Na me sin 32 ni na guso.
Enkane no ania ma me num di bidie twitwi yense no. Asaya bebie mu o. Bidie wo Kale Chaco toothpaste mu no. E ma sinye fita. E ma na hoden ne sayi nka bia. Ma wanum ye hwam. Enu nti mo amonom coffee, wine, any tobacco e kamo seso no. Abama mo Kale Chaco toothpaste. Sankofa ENG
Kale happy smile. FDA aji egedin krato ya tomo.
Do you know how money moves in Ghana and across Africa? How it really moves? It doesn't move once a month. It moves 100 times a day on EcoBank's digital platform. Airtime for That's Your Sister. Transport for Papa. 500 Cs for Saturday's funeral. 2,000 naira for the cousin sitting jump in Abuja. Because we don't just move money, we take care of people. Money moves in every direction. Uncle to nephew, nephew to uncle, sister to brother on Monday, brother back to sister on Friday. And it moves together. The funeral contribution, the susu, the wedding levy, the hospital bill in the family WhatsApp group. In Africa, money is rarely one person's transaction. It's many people moving small amounts toward one purpose. That's how money moves here. And there's one bank built for it all.
Africa, 34 nations, one heartbeat, one screen.
EcoBank, the only bank built for the way Africans move money. 34 countries, one screen. EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank.
Africa, yeah. Africa, yeah.
Africa plenty,
Deep pepper perco. Not deep purple. It is a water mackerel I would do. Now what of Africa Queen mackerel? The wait shall we do keke. No pokwa. Jack Patabare Vimania cool.
Wado asie. Obia wodi atiaba pa ania. Nanso adunumra eye bibia. Ewo Asempa FM 94.7. Bibia jumadi fufra. Yedi Asempa FM Monday to Thursday 8:30 p.m. to 10 p.m. Obadoma. Bibia wo bisa traffic netia. Yebecho bibia be doji afa. Anyom no so. Die be ben eko. Training stories and Philistine. Eso me sadi so. Mesia ma. Nemu menkancho bia o. Ebeko konsa dia yemia. Just bibia jumadi Asempa FM so. Edishia me Monday to Thursday 8:30 p.m. to 10 10 p.m. Eye bibia.
Ensema wudwa esi nyina emu akasi a ewosa wuti biara Asempa yetia ena wobetino Asempa yetia eye kasebo a yede bro ewo Asempa FM enwe no nsia empire mu 6:30 sharp ensema wudwa esiti ye wunye ni nyina yede bro Asempa yetia eye straight to the point essence Asempa yetia
1xBet, they are grown up bet, bet. 1x games, not going to call a crash, burning hot, crystal, and our Western slots. Use the GH1 Games promo code, then your 300% bonus, and copy 5,500 Ghana cedis. 1x Games, a good year who draw Asha Homa, Biara. Gambling where you're true, into channel washe yemu, and your mawana when dim fear doom watch it. Gaming Commission of Ghana, Ajin Kratu Yatum.
Mrena so ewo compugan ago case dia edimu mreno e na asunyo o sebo eni padom eni vuvuzela no aye crado sa World Cup season e yade ago prama so ne be ye de enu nti fabre fie se de be abetimi atena na wagegina dem no wahwe ne yie beto crystal clear television powerful sound bar any home theaters laptops phone any projectors so we enya discount sales tikeko to bibi 3,000 Ghana cedis eko ne raya raffle draw nim ubetumi wini 100-inch 4K TV phones laptops any achede bebre keka ho tuturumika sesia eko CompuGhana showroom bia ebenwo anase shopping online ewo CompuGhana.com fresh 0302752020 WhatsApp is 0243143143 CompuGhana Gold Rush season the ultimate football experience.
Soft den kaibo kese bi aba afeedie eduhwama hodo amani je ho no abayen ultra concentrate bottle for nim ni hwam ne yempendodo nnan ehwe ho chepa impo bom mesense wasini yemani ehwama ehwe won sade mu demu ni nyina yenya busia nchempa bottle ne ma osika so faso na esan so chei so stay soft ultra concentrate bottle ne hwe ne na ni hwam no ehwe pa FDA age edwade enkrato yatum kra ne wa bia ya amofra ntumi mfa won sanka
Ayampo, say a quantum musem, ye can unim, na one kubia, na yell satism, and Oma Bebre, na Ghana edition, nemu won conformance, the otia when you beji, and it your rubber who.
Your cry, yes, slow at all a year 20 inches. 3 days yet to be wait a crow.
Enti ti abrochen komo akwaku amankwa akuntejo edibro wa Asempa 94.7 FM so
edru me nda na se nwa no mo ama no ne ye omosua kakra ye omosu ahunu ye nsu yatie ye nyina etrasia ni aka bom
memre da bia ebonosia epemu se ya ekosi na wotwe etwendwene ye ho ewo abroche se de yakohu ene de abedru fie de yehu ne yehwe de ye ne de aba de enye no eni kwa se ye
ze na je se abrochi nkomo na dimu tintim pa
ye bewe no ma hodo a e won kofo man so a ye betimi de aboa Ghana amana fa ne to ma pefra o man yimpuntu na habot sign passport won sensem ni nyina ye de bro e wo abrochi nkomo dwumade yi mu ye besa so mo akwanya no a kire wadwen
Robert David make us free Germany Kobe okay yeah Amsterdam concept no what for abrochi fu e wo mo e wa amana ne nemo wo mo asiamana no dia na o mo tipie no mo kura na so program no mo aso project no e nwanwa
shene so say me me de bia 6 p.m. Boganie abrochi komoni
Happy Father's Day celebration. We have to say more. Asempa FM Papa, you go to Media. Yeah, the boy Janamo Basono. Afi ya grand buffet. Ono Papa mi shin chi and asin chi no. Asempa FM Papa, you go grand buffet 2026. Yes, celebrate Janamo. Almost some money me frata ya just sit Pampaso. Papa, Aiko. Ono Papa mi shin Sunday 21st June. Our Aviation Social Center 2 p.m. I hope I am dekwa. Ache DP. Ya Papa no cooking
competitions from Robert Success Grand Buffet in Sutia. Did you open? Near the live music performance in this what artwork. Special Prisons Band, Pat Thomas, and Empress Gifty. Asempa Papa, you go Grand Buffet 2026. Ticket near 200 Ghana per. Ekova Oneo Papa. So dia with your phone will become a hoba. Almost 200 Ghana. Dial star 714 003 hash. Let's select the option 2 total ticket. Open your bill joy from front desk Kokomlemle. And after 053 102 9795 reserve your seat. In my question, Asempa Papa, you go Grand Buffet 2026 April. I am Sinterstar. I am tough. I am strong. Franco Trading Enterprise. No phone Papa Fee. Basket Storage. Quality Care. Las Palmas Food Center. Adriana Papa Fee. Lavons and Rich Tomato Mix. Love Day Inside. Agromonti. We know a great. Ready Vitamin C. It boosts your immune system. Mr. Kyo from Kowloon. Be a real man.
Did you know that Ghana currently spends more than 8 billion Ghana cedis annually importing food that can be produced locally? That is why this June, Joy Business and the Super Morning Show, in partnership with the Federation of Associations of Ghanaian Exporters, FAGE, bring you the Joy Agribusiness Month 2026 under the theme From Soil to Sovereignty, Building Ghana's Agricultural Self-Reliance Through Innovation. Join us on the Joy Super Morning Show, Joy News, and across Joy Business platforms for a month-long national conversation on Ghana's food security and agribusiness future. The final week looks at consumer power and Ghana's roadmap to food sovereignty by 2030. Stay tuned to Joy FM and Joy News. The Joy Agribusiness Month is sponsored by the Ghana Commodity Exchange. Trade, storage, financing, all in one place. That's GCX, powering Africa's commodity markets.
When I wake up in the morning, I brush my teeth.
Oh, baby, now what you say? And who did you know?
Mom, Patros, I toothpaste not that the buyer no. Send me the chimney, and I'm a no shame, and I'm able to know me.
Wait, your excuse. Abo Friday. What's sorry, I no pa. It was what the tree was say. And son, where did you? Now, no, so again, I sorry. What you say?
Yes, ma'am. Medical Kids toothpaste now, or the buy and run, and they treat me still.
Why are dear? Cal Kids toothpaste, dear. Yeah, mama, frat is someone with the infirm you know, opimum fiancia.
Name it the day, that's a strawberry. Let me be some dimple.
Debbie, any a toothpaste, and yet of a why? Yes, I the Cal Kids toothpaste. Be mama, frat with the infirm you know, opimum fiancia, dear to tree woman say. Every say, a boy a sea in one bottle crew, and now a share a pamum wawa, a hase, ne mana what day mapa, me bomber they say, me the Cal Kids toothpaste, be mammy made to tree woman say, Abribia, Cal Kids toothpaste, and mama Francie to tree and need just
Kel, happy smile.
Africa plenty,
Deep pepper perco. Not deep purple. It is a water mackerel I would drink. Now what of Africa Queen mackerel? The witch shower no keke. No pokwa.
Do you know how money moves in Ghana and across Africa? How it really moves? It doesn't move once a month. It moves 100 times a day on Ecobank's digital platform. Airtime for That's Your Sister. Transport for Papa. 500 Cs for Saturday's funeral. 2,000 Naira for the cousin sitting jump in Abuja. Because we don't just move money, we take care of people. Money moves in every direction. Uncle to nephew, nephew to uncle, sister to brother on Monday, brother back to sister on Friday. And it moves together. The funeral contribution, the susu, the wedding levy, the hospital bill in the family WhatsApp group. In Africa, money is rarely one person's transaction. It's many people moving small amounts toward one purpose. That's how money moves here. And there's one bank built for it all.
Africa, 34 nations, one heartbeat, one screen.
Ecobank, the only bank built for the way Africans move money. 34 countries, one screen. Ecobank, the Pan-African Bank.
Africa, yeah. Africa, yeah.
Ayampo, say a quantum wisdom, ye can do him, na one kubia, na yells at him, and Oma Bebri, Nagana edition, Nemu won't performance, the Otia when you beji, and it your rubber who.
Your cry, yes, slow at all a year 20 inches. 3 days, yet, wait a year grow. we eyekro
Enti ti abrochen komo akwaku amankwa akontadwo edi bro wa Asempa 94.7 FM so.
Edru me nda na se nnuanom wa amanone. Yo mosua kakra. Yo mosu ahunu. Ye nsu yatie. Ye nyina etrasia. Ni aka bom.
Memory da bia e bonosia e pemu se ya. Ekosi na watwe etwendwene ye ho e wo abrochire se de yakohu ene de abeduru fie de yehu ni ehwe de ye ne de aba de enye no eni kwa se ye
ze na je se abrochire komo na dimu tintim pa.
Ye bewe no ma hodo a e won kofo aman so a ye betimi de aboa Ghana amana fa ne to ma pefra o manyi buntu na ha bot san passport won sensem ni nyina ye de bro e wo abrochire komo dwumade yi mu ye besa so mo akwanya no a kire wadwen.
Robert David because of free Germany. Kobe. Okay, yeah, Amsterdam. Concept no what for about kefu e wo wa mana ne nem wo mo asama na no dia na wo tipie wo mo kura na so program no mo aso project mo e nwanwa.
Shene so say ye memene da bia 6 p.m. Boganie abrochire komo ni. Ensema wudwa esi nyina emu akasia ewasa wuti biara Asempa yetia ena wobetino Asempa yetia eye kasebo a yede bro ewo Asempa FM enwere no nsia empai mu 6:30 sharp ensema wudwa esiti ye hunye ni nyina yede bro Asempa yetia eye straight to the point essence Asempa yetia
Asempa yetia Obayansa busu wo munje wankana asam. Zema futu sam kakre wa supreme.
The National Pensions Regulatory Authority, NPRA, is the regulatory body of the pensions industry in Ghana, ensuring the compliance of the three-tier pension scheme, being the mandatory basic national social security scheme, first tier, managed by SMIT, a mandatory fully funded and privately managed occupational pension scheme, second tier, and a voluntary fully funded and privately managed provident fund and personal pension scheme. Employer enforcement has been beefed up, and therefore we are entreating all employers to enroll their workers onto the first and second tier mandatory schemes and pay their contributions. Failure to do so will result in prosecution. NPRA, ensuring retirement income security.
She said ye to be ade. Eso she no shop. Me report no he. Minia, so me no Bonsu ye. Eso she no botum. Asempa produce we fie obi mu na. Ame wo ideas and be kuno. Da bia ni adwen fofra wo. Eso na montu bia anim. Uso bia yi din se ya. Enya asumdwe ni wanya o. Eye sikasem bills wo ho idea menye comment na manchia bi o ye wo every emergency loan kosi salary loan working capital ni startup loan bills se instrokra for Ghana card be apply ya fresh 0596 920 833 and 0302 200 390 bills for sikasem how nyina be dan
What fever no abo na Electroland Ghana Limited at the stadium ni je ne bawfie we dey ya tete nyamani nyina so ye pese hu go bia pefe na wetimi abage won so asa wuti stadium hobby and enti ne bro discount e was Samsung TCL and Nasco smart TVs nina ma match day bia nya we nije da na beji ye powerful air conditioners and ye coolers ye top and bottom mount chest and display fridges no gas cooker so ho washing machines microwaves and ye small kitchen appliances ni ye keka hunyina when the football promotion is so power fimu kan huna ko ye showroom any anamo sifo wo mo Ghana fan nyina ana friend was 050-315-9738 ubetimi so call www.electrolandgh.com Electroland ye the stadium no bawfie
Jack patabare vimanya ku
Wado asie Obia wodi otiaba pa ani awia Nanso adonu mra eye bibia e wo Asempa FM 94.7 Bibia Jumadi Fufra, Yadia Asempa FM, Monday to Thursday, 8:30 p.m. to 10 p.m. Obadoma! Bibia will be a traffic next year. You bet you baby of a dojafa, and you know so. The other band echo, funny stories, and the Philistine, as soon as I saw Messiama, Nemo can't you be out a book of concert, dear. Just a Bibia Jumadi Asempa FM, so this year, Monday to Thursday, 8:30 p.m. to 10 p.m. Hey, Bibia. Say you separated the men from the boys. Now you track and call Makuku Damnoa. If 11th June, 19th July 2026, we are singing our biggest football tournament. It is from King the 2026 FIFA World Cup. 48 teams, 104 matches. And we're USA, Canada, and Mexico. Argentina with men back to back. And I went for next year. Let do some player when it's here. Sports 1 Pump Asempa 94.7 FM. Any multimedia platforms ring now. Yeah, and to what yes and from a family FM. Now, shut down TV. Online.com and social media platforms are what on the song. Yeah, but I should be it is a Ghana and a big match. Yeah, Sepania craft for more USA, Canada, and Mexico. Now, better. And more programs are what running live commentary. Analysis, the report are what one. I had a 2026 FIFA World Cup. And Tia and Shababia. How dear not there. Asempa FM.
Arriba! Ekosiisen On Asempa FM. Ekosiisen On Asempa FM. Sempanabo, Binebano, Biba, Binebano, Obinie, Ekosiisen Bonsu our Sempa, de Brane Mama, Obi.
Masomo Asempa 94.7 FM. So Ekosiisen no ena assign so asubio. Yeda munyina se assign ema munyina kwaba. Edemoba Ekosiisen. So it's live from our studios in Kokomlemle, Accra. Mini your sabon. So inti if we same copy mse nunsia enefa ebebo ene oshe artwork I share. We informed all of you sir and Bengazi for artwork netosona amanfo enhuyene Professor Michael Buedinya Meche Ebedi Enkomo ene oye lead pastor Edema Makers House Chapel International and science university lecturer Tradie ewo UPSA, that's the University of Professional Studies Accra, or science a business consultant inti meko ahomane so na yeneno Edin Komo from his base in the United States of America. Prof, otemenka akwaba Ekosiisen so ni.
Oh, Obi, me too candido na Michiao ni wasifu na, and Happy New Year to you. Happy New Year to everybody on Asempa FM.
Sure. Many happy returns. I mean, we are 6 months into the year already. Mekai say the beginning of the year, beginning the year right serious. No, as you've done over the past years, no. Na fibia oba eba beboayen. This year, akwantunti went to me by a say the better. Na middle of the year no ye new Edin Komo na ya share waboa ma ya kai ho say ye new year plans ye omo a etumi achieve one day e den na obeka kire won omo a omo nso bibi nti omo ntimi enye de omo de si omo ani so no e den e na obeka kire nti ye frɛ wa tiawa ni senti eno no prof.
Me da CBM. And say Asempa in fee Ekosiisen saying so your program I enjoy. Me organ and a program me permit so. Na beginning of the year the alma me sa kwenya no. Emma me to me ba share thoughts or ideas with the people on the platform, and I don't take it for granted at all. I said that any the money producers. Every year, you give me the opportunity. I come and I share based on the topics that you give me. I come and I share some thoughts with you, and help all of us to bring together not only ideas but see between again from an academic, intellectual, spiritual perspective, faith perspective, how people are supposed to order their steps. I also said in Kofuti to two omanamo. Yes. And said me amenya kwenya it's not show so beginning of the year it was a coming calendar home for every year. Yes. And your program happens to be a program meaning say it blesses almost everybody that listens to you. I know of very high clerics almost TO program, and it's interesting. So when the flyer came out, I've had people call me and tell me about the flyer and their expectations. Name found maybe brave, but a juma now the mom and him say a juma ding the say a juma tiawa. Sure. Na ne ding and say maybe I need a boom compon ashenichi. I insist baby I will free baby I will be dua. You need any specific metrics I'll be to media judge individual progress. One, because Obia war the strength, Obia war the pain threshold, Obia or how Obia said you'll see area safer orientations near world view could be very, very different. To me ha san komodie bi sei nanso yem say ye dijawa na dia swaw say wato nsa fremi die na say wabo ade ne bede na odi to mitri so say menso a enti try as much as possible to bring us to the place of not only knowledge but also how to move things forward. Okay. I am say every period biana and obia almost everybody at the end of every year 2025 will be ending and reflectively considered the year ahead of them. And that is what every normal, any sane or rational human being will do. Say I feel ya obetsna se no ayense wabun kompon ahwechi wa baby ekoyi baby ankoyi na washo wenim na wohunu de enyoma so a opese wachi de na nyoma onsa opese onsaka. But again, let me also start off by saying say enkofo with different expectation and therefore because their expectations are different, the goals will also differ. But abia obi owa yesha finasino or yes if you book or maybe and now start a business and now be losing weight and now be more spiritual. And you might be was our kind so but unfortunately and you comfortably abandon by February. Statistically, only 4% of the population worldwide are able to stick to the resolution that they make before a year starts. Wow. There are so many resolutions and for you, but stick to it. The question is why? Why is that always the case? And in the US in 2018, there was a report that said that across the United States, it was 6% of the people who were able to stick to their end of year resolution. But if you do the global average, you are getting about 4% of the world sticking to that. It means say place will be pay I'll be pay nanso no bia ene tumi ejina saade ne so nam saade ne nti be pese ansa na mehye san komo yase ni bisa ensemu abe fope eno ene be me compass me dey ba be kire saade with four things. Four critical questions that I want everybody to reflect on, to think about. The first one is, how are you doing as far as your 2026 resolution is concerned? How are you doing? That's how you get very candid with yourself. They say, June. How are you doing as far as the resolution for 2026 is concerned? That's question number one. Question number two, which of the goals I will set him out and I will to me achieve? Which of them? ABR to say the mechanic, yes, over the book, yes, over start a business, yes, over lose weight, yes, over more spiritual, yes, I feel over worry. Which of them have you been able to achieve so far? Number 3, do you have sight still on the vision? Adiana or the two when you do the actually so obey and now to say the YSO baby a dream the yamin places here and you know my na it's not measure the before and the last one that I'll ask before I continue is how is your motivation gauge? The bia we bia no yeah the motivation you have to be motivated to be able to do most of the things that you want to do in this your lifetime. Now, no question is I hope you try to do it. Anytime your motivation is extrinsic, you are bound to fail. 70% losing weight because obi losing weight. And now me person me losing weight, me person me worry. We say obia warrior. Normally that kind of motivation, because it is extrinsic, if we are born and bent, normally you will fail. Yeah. The probability that you do well is very, very small or very slim. And so if you want to have a good shot at doing well, there should be that proclivity to intrinsic drives.
Okay.
Let me say it again. So, person kind when you now person you maybe ne etumpon. Also, unya one kasa adian a free one kasa should be intrinsic, not extrinsic. Said you, me person me losing weight because I want to be healthy. Never me person me losing weight because obi a losing weight. Sano, you are bound to fail. Me person me started business because I want to, not because other people have started it. Anytime your motivation is extrinsic, you are bound to fail. Okay. You should be intrinsically driven. I just say, I think in the textbook of organizational behavior, they will tell you that there are people who are more internal locus of control and people who have external locus of control. Now, more external locus of control. No more or person who was fan may train me or farm and family aquabrich may train me papa bia mana boa me brother bia mana yini ana person may train will be need that will be a wabon tin so or more external locus of control or be our internal locus of control obia or be who say oh yeah the captain of his life. Okay. Obi who say on a year na brabo in 70 he will make the right choices. I said those times when you say that so not PPAG4 advert be PPAG4 advert many years ago. He used to play on GTV. Or say it's your life, it's your choice. It's your life, it's your choice. Who have internal locus of control, they know that once it's their life, it's ultimately their choice. And so back to the questions. How are you doing as far as the resolution for 2026 is concerned? Number 2, which of the goals have you been able to achieve? Number 3, do you have sight? Do you still have sight on the vision that you or the goals that you have set for yourself? And the last one, how is your motivation gauge? Yes. They say, I don't know what to pay, what will be, just say, I mean, why deflated? And I say you are still pumped up for it. Now, idea Emma and Contisani may maybe say, I mean, Samra back to saying, said, for the sake of our education, our learning, our discussion, I want to use, say, the Ghana flag to do that. Okay. Because they say they try to hoist the nation of Ghana and the flag of Ghana high. Sure. Me a bompa is a Black Stars and Konini. Na intimi Emma Ghana for Ubia any yet. No, my main Ghana flag. We have the red, we have the gold, we have the green. And so I'm going to use the Black Star, the Ghana flag to explain some of these things. And to say, what to me, how you are, they say, I asked 4 questions, how you are doing as far as your resolution is concerned, which of the goals you have achieved, do you have sight on the vision, do you still have sight on the vision? And the last one is, how is your motivation gauge? And you know, maybe that's how you or the four Asempa. And interestingly, Asempa and Ekosiisen program, I've been told, and I know, I mean, Obia Utibia, I mean, himself, what you say, what you had to order that, now order that. It's my minister. At the end, I watch it to one, make a sofa. And I'm a percent I want you to have a total recall of all the things that was set out so in 2026. Again, let me give the examples. For instance, you said you write a book. You said you start a business. For instance, you said you want to lose weight. You said you want to be spiritual. You said you want to get married. You said you wanted to start saving more. You wanted to go back to school. You wanted to learn a trade. You wanted to get into craftsmanship. Okay, so started podcast. Maybe I will be started podcast. Be apart from just it can be something that you set out to do. So what far I say you go through all the things I watch them. Now you're honest with yourself for me because I wish I was there and I would have brought something to probably do the graphs and teach in a way that it would have helped this conversation. So what far dear now after me share. Again, a mood to do a saying about to me a year and no categorize it no as green. In fact, my name using numbers simple. My name is 0. Then 1, 2, 3. My name is 0, then 1, 2, 3. Okay. And your 0, 1, 2. 2 and 3. Also for the black stars, don't forget black stars. So your red, gold, green, and a black. And so we have 4 items in the Ghana flag. I'm still going to represent it with the same thing and do 0, 1, 2, 3. So for the sake of numbers, in Timani, say, there will share, will to me a year that no marking as 3. That is, you've attained. You've optimized. Where do they be out there? And also the Miakateli green. There not a dawenim would do what I say why yes, but and I say a stolid there, but you still want to do it. Mark it as yellow, or you can mark it as 2. Bakua was started, but in new baby was started a shot here, but maybe I want to get there a new baby I will pay it in the shot yes 1. The would try to went to me and your crown with a so much as 0. My minister shall see him. From your man, I would try to catch the one say a fit 2026. Opeso Chrebu, Opeso School, Opeso Shiansan, Juma, Opese Lucy Wait, Ebia, Omo, Baba, now and say, man, Wizolo, Ebia, 2% away, 3 ones, I say, Opeso Yebi, Sadia Man in our Chratuano. Let us see a movie. A mutu do a saying and our Chratuwa, yet do that Julia, to me, went to me and your crutches after they went to me and your grandma can 0 money. There was starting a movement to be at this idea and watch us here, but Osasia on the 2 baby tray marking 1 money. There was us here, Koye, but as a story, I didn't know, but as a picky and I say in blue, baby, our person called marking 2 money, and I say marking yellow. After the 1 casa. What to me, who says this one I've been able to attain it. I want you to mark it as 3 or green. So what to me is idea now, or the 4 idea. Them say we are on the right track. Oh, my class, I can make a clap for yourself if you've been able to do that. And Unyamisha so I idea. Now, if you've been able to do that, Nas withdrew or red. I want to tackle even the reds and the yellows, or the 0s, the 1s, and the 2s. And most of the time, the entire OBU program is very important. It's a mid-year is actually the perfect time to check in.
Yes.
Because when you get to the mid-year, it's not too late to course correct. Let me put it again. When you are in the middle of the year, it is not too late to course correct. And it's also not far enough in to spot real patterns. And so, I do baby, who say, oh, I deal with young Queen, I deal with you. Okay, it's a good time. I'll be to ISRD. And see, say, why ISRD now? I want you to free yourself from any guilt. I'm not here to judge you. So start here when to me and I'm not putting you as part of the 96%. Almost start here by February. They just drop everything and they don't stick to it. That's not why OB's program is for. It's the same program. A lawyer, the program is to help all of us get better, to grow, to develop, to get to the places of impact. Now you between assume your mind, assume your dachi, any abrabo eye. And it's why your son, your man, I didn't went to me, and yes, our reps, our zeros, no. Sometimes the reason why people are not able to get to their destination, Obi, is just the fact that a lot of the people, we have what we call vain or vague goals. And the goal is too vague. Why any can see a few way what Jano what to at the end of person why a very broad, very vague, and so there are no true units of measure. And yes, sir, you don't do well. Should I say? Who go and build a tower without first sitting down to count the cost, okay? So Luke 14:28 will say that. Those of you who are biblically inclined, Luke 14:28, who first want to build a tower without sitting down to count the cost. And so, say, oh, you sit down, you are breaking it down into very granular details and kakran now between you know, and no now saying Kaudi kind of chassis. So bompire I feel every day the bompire 2 hours a day. I'm telling you, you are going to fail. But I feel bompire I want to first 5 minutes of my day I want to pray. Then you move from 5 minutes to 7 to 10, 2 to 15, then you keep on increasing. I think the to me your red zones. And you might be bringing to me achieve your free and answer a jai to is because you're not too broad, it's too vague. And to me and tracking even the progress, the little gains or the little progress that we make. Again, let me say this. It is for you to attain the end of your resolution. It is the incremental steps or actions that you take. Said you umbrella 2 million Ghana cedis because you wanted 2 million Ghana cedis. But Yankopo bebro 1,000 Ghana ne. It's now be another 1,000. No, 10, no, 15, 2 million nano de brono. But one say ya obekasa o change 2 million e boom no. It debut on unya 2 million no, but one who say unya 2 million because our mamum and that is how growth actually is. And the entire program and I say evaluation is an important component of growth. So person grow, you have to evaluate. I to say strategic management. You have a period whereby you do the strategy formulation, then you do the strategy implementation, then you do the evaluation, monitoring, and control. And so until you are able to evaluate, monitor, and control the outcomes, you'll never be able to keep track of what you have been able to achieve or what the corrective actions or measures that you are supposed to take. And the first thing that most of the mistakes and for a year is the fact that expectations and our goals not too vague. Now, when you make your expectations vague, I want you to write this down. When your expectations are vague, you become a hopeful Tarzan. Let me say it again. When your expectations are vague, you become a hopeful Tarzan. A hopeful Tarzan is somebody who will swing from one vine to another, or from one branch to another. So you don't have stability. You are just hopeful. You say and atasitasiacho. Say those times there was swimming go for tinities and go for a batch at the not to say Tiafan and Niso. Now Tiffan and Niso to me fab one the bona to form. No, I could ban their banner to form ones or could fashion as I don't know they could bunipana because I don't know you are just a hopeful Tarzan. And that's what I mean. If you don't if you make your expectations vague, your goals vague, your resolutions vague, you become a very hopeful Tarzan and you swing from one vine or one branch to the other, and that one you won't do well. And TM said, your expectations not say. Expectations, the man I read say a too big, and I say a too vague, and I say idea now I will say a back into your expectation, and now say you went in there because it was extrinsically driven. A young cophobia, I affected dear any I ain't see any or maybe I know more any show could pass and just any idea one cat out so here. Ebia so one cat away who say this is what I want to do, and then this is what I think will be good for me. Now I'm pursue that, and then you are going to have a problem. So let me go back and say these things to you. Everything that you are going to be able to achieve is going to come as a result of incremental actions or steps that you are going to take.
Okay.
It's the steps, the incremental steps and actions that you are going to take. And no any do be kwa do baby a obetumi aka say New Year resolution na tim kwano what to me agene kwa every a state of comatose and ICU. Now the number be see yam say sa na objective. The person me wie enne me no be wie odofo na wo hunu and yoma also here we are going to decide upon revision of Sanyama na wa church. Again, I want you to understand, say, most of the time we look at the outcomes. And the reason why a lot of people don't do well is because we concern ourselves with the outcomes. I want to lose weight. Now, if it is weight loss and a year goal, you are not going to get it because you are looking at an outcome. But you see, lifestyles are not sustained by outcomes. They are sustained by habits. And so instead of saying, say, me person you lose weight, I'd rather say, I need to, I want to be healthy. Instead of saying I want to lose weight, I would say that I want to be healthy. Okay. Now, in wanting to be healthy, obviously, exercising will be part. Eating right will be part. Ultimately, it will cause me to lose weight. For instance, let me give you another example. You say, this year, I want to make sure say anate me go ni say me room me tea anami fear me tea metra I want to metra me them that becomes and I said that becomes an outcome and I said sorry me say every obi abebe me fear those to be fear you need is an outcome you are looking at. But you see, if you need every hour bar to say you should know how about if you me pay me machine pass now the new machine start going to be bar back to see your bad or what that should that is not what you that is not the pathway into getting a sustained or a sustainable platform of whatever you want to do. Say I want a clean home and not your friend said the habit that will come. In fact, let me say this. Somebody, and I recommend this book to you if you are somebody who likes to read. Read the Atomic Habits. Okay? Atomic Habits will tell you some of these things there. It is not so much about the outcomes, but it's the habits that you undergird what the outcome you want with. And me fear a cleaner. Up its pain, I also made it to me. Say, me shire buka. What are the habits I'm supposed to cultivate? Me say, me warrior. What are the habits I'm supposed to cultivate? I have to start practicing fidelity. I have to start practicing and yoma edemamaye o yerepa ana uknupa ama me partner. I mean, those are the things that you have to cultivate because you see, we fail not because we lack vision. We fail not because we lack vision. We fail because we don't have the sustainable plans for the visions that we try to cultivate. And to say, per se, New Year resolution, tini kobe bia emudo, near do bia a dear nimunamshe ebebre, near kase, oh, we've been able to accomplish a lot more. Also developing the habits that will sustain it. And or reds, nene, or greens, or reds, nene, or yellows, the reason why it is back on. Again, let me also say this. Most of the time, people are not able to zero. Anyone say now commitment, any discipline, any drive, ankasa for it, form. In fact, let me say this. I did a research into gym enrollment. Actually, it's a paper that I'm publishing with one of my friends who happens to be a professor in South Africa. Okay. And we are doing a paper on something to do with gym enrollment. And you realize that gym for for free from December to January. Because that is the time Uncle Phoebe could share. It needs to quite meet your 1 year subscription. Or copy 2 years and it's pain now when temporal pain, it denies them from their permanent gains. And it's the one who say sometimes to get to the top you have to suffer and that you have to commit more to the thing and what's setting it out as a goal or as a vision. I'm telling you, you won't go very far. And unfortunately, that is where most people are. They set out big goals, but they don't have the commitment, they don't have the drive, they don't have the discipline for it. If you want to go far, you have to develop the discipline for the things that you have put together. Said your person will be a business. Business now person will be what is the level of discipline that you are committing to the startup? Because starting up a business that you said you are and it happens throughout the animal kingdom, whether the higher animals or the lower animals, whether you are looking at even akoko shane for fra, akoko batino, or the ana akoko bidie, ana akoko batino, or the nahuadi defending him because they can't send for themselves. Jatawo ne masa no be, menchiwo ne masa no be, sansusu ne nipa, a vision, san also we. You have to guard, protect, defend the vision that you have. Untimi and start a business. Now committee, committed to the business. It will never work. And the business now, okay, so starting now be grow business. And also starting we are talking grow business not from 200 clients to probably 1,000 clients. And that happens to be your New Year resolution. You want to go from 50,000 Ghana cedis a month to probably 150,000 or 200,000 Ghana cedis a month. What is the discipline towards whether it's advertising? It's your friend is saying product development, market development, your penetration strategy. Again, your mana odi guakwem I be peja say jumana odi si wedi so oyeno. Said your own team business from 200 clientele base to 1,000. Abra who leader of the business no only committed to it. And your commitment to that vision is crucial. Said the war started business. Oye madam, ona obuti, ona pamatade, ona oye makeup, ona oye the be a boutique, be a shop. One kasa aye madam no oko shop at 10 a.m. and now oko shop at 12. Now on kora could be in at 6 or 7. Now madam what to was ya to tell tutors. About 12 o'clock. Most of the people are also on their business. Maybe to abako. If you are when in city, when in fedie, or who dog, ain't no mobaho. So one TSS on service form. And the discipline, the commitment to what you have set out to do is so crucial. If you are going to do well, commit to it, be purposeful, but commit to it that this is what I intend doing, this is where I intend to go, and then you can push forward from there. So what grade, honestly, I'm happy that you have done that. Now, can you review for me, do a revision, and now let's decide which of them genuinely do you think, say, wait there, it was too much. I did wait there mean to me. Eddie, I did wait there, test you. And that one, I would like you to drop it. And those of you, the other ones that you think, say, okay, but can you make it more realistic? Because that's what SMART goals are about. It should be specific. It should be measurable. It should be achievable or attainable. It should be realistic. It should be time bound. Sadly now, and how realistic is it? And to say realistic, then of course we can mark it to the as part of the yellow, and so it's stalled, but you want it, and so we should push it more. And then if it is the green, you should keep the momentum, and you shouldn't let down your guard. Obi, I don't know if I'm talking too much, or you have any questions for me. I have a couple of things to do, and so Obi, some question, I will do that. But
I think so far,
say that wherever stage I went through, motivation is still crucial.
Okay.
You have to roll up your sleeves and catch it. Yes. Football cribon in 2 parts. Ghana ne Panama match. First half before kind ankuyi kra ankuyi. Ebia o first 6 months ankuyi kra.
Yeah. Hello, Prof. No, let me first do want to see on commitment bits and any motivation bits and I'm Yes.
And so let me say this. If you lose the motivation to live a day longer, you've already thrown in the towel, and it means that you are exiting. And so you have to roll up your sleeves. Or for 6 months now, I cut 6 months. So that's 6 months now, you can roll up your sleeves and get back to get back to work. Obi Bajana? Okay, sorry.
No.
Sorry.
Yeah,
I thought. Yeah. So roll up your sleeves, get back to work, refocus, refuel, and do the work as you are supposed to do it. Baby Drew ya wabembu ya, I want you to go back and refuel. Baby, I want some go back and refuel, refocus. Especially if it is something within reach, if it's something that you know you can get done, if it's something that you know you can do it and do it better. I want you to go back and stay motivated and do it. So the be our person you be lose motivation and you can't do anything. And said the man who you want to jawama for questions so that I can answer.
Good.
And
in the one question and I'm a person me busa a year. Now we focused on Omua Omuntumi enye di omo share se omo beye ena ya church nioma we se omo ye afei se obi nso ahase ye was started ono no oye bibia eden na ohia to be able to continue with momentum our share from January no.
Okay, me that's it bien. Adia ba kwa menhu ne se nkofo be you need how to reward ourselves. You need how to reward ourselves. So should be ase. Na say o adia fansa the adia to any so and sorry it's you any so not to any but the adia see any that dey we ni adia person ye said you so to me ya I say we training o kraman e wo feel so training kraman ya ma kraman ni treats. And the NTMA Kramani treats is to encourage the dog to keep doing it because the more oil, the more Nobenya treats. And it's the same thing. So the idea is when you should not say you and so you're so coaching. Now when you say what to me, I call you so best start to be what to me, I start to say, cut it down on in Sanom. You say what to me, I cut it down drastically. I want you to reward yourself. And rewarding yourself simply means patting yourself on the back and just telling yourself, so you know what, boy, you did it. And now you were able to do this. And most people don't think but it is a very good thing if you are going to do well. Psychologically, it affects and it gives you the morale or the impetus to go keep on going. Say what to me, number two, apart from rewarding yourself, number two will be that you keep your momentum with what I call weekly or daily commitments. So at the end of but at the end ujai to ebe say enti koswa ne koso. Said you penifo say TNT I jai cheswa enti se uti da so swing die e ma uti na ne adeswa ma fact that focus on focus to an amount now because committed to the things that are bringing you the increments now at the end no keep on doing it and reward yourself every little game say first now orange 5 bottles a day now about one pat yourself on the back. It's one of the ways that gets you going. After you don't say, I've been able to. I used to do 5. I do 1 now. So I'm not saying it's the ideal place to be, but at least celebrate the increments, celebrate the small victories. And people don't know how to celebrate the small victories. And because they don't know how to celebrate the small victories, say any big idea and small thing they are. And number 2, again, as I said, commit to it. Keep the momentum going. Whatever keep doing it. And obviously, if you've been able to achieve it, be like the greedy banker. I call them the greedy bankers. The greedy banker is the banker amount target. Said this year, the target for you, Obi, 100 million Ghana cedis. Na a Drew media, 100 million Ghana cedis. Moko a year. Strategic session and now strategic meeting. Wakacho say, there be Adena and Kasano, now make 100. But me share, said the Neometi can also come in 200. Now I say pushing move it. And if you've been able to do just a little, push yourself up and also break them down. Don't make it too vague, but break it down and commit to it weekly, daily. Evaluate your life daily, evaluate your life weekly. Sometimes it is even good that every month we nipa bun kompon shewechi do a proper audit of your life. It's never wrong to do that. Do a proper audit of your life and see the progress you've made, and where you fall short, we can take corrective measures or actions to correct it.
Wow. I mean, Prof, where lecturing experience now the about to bear in doing all of what you've done in 30 minutes. That's some real massive stuff. Yeah, that's it. Papa, and I believe, sir, Metier for looking at feedback have been very, very happy with the session. We say get back to work very deep. God bless you, sir. Efia Kwenedu, Israel Arthur is also blessing you, and he says self-reward is the best intrinsic motivation you can give to oneself.
That's right.
Yeah, that's Obi our joining on YouTube. Ajua also say smart goals, specific, measurable, action-oriented, realistic, and time-bound. Thank you so much. And messages those we appreciate all of them. Or more the messages about to Prof. I am hoping and believing, sir. 6 months to go to the end of the year, January 2027, beginning the year right series on radio. Any in summit to crown it, no. Nyame ya domoa yebehu e studio ha.
Papa, I'm looking forward to it. Mr. Semi Bus Studio now. The best program and near sign crowning with the summit. I'm really looking forward to it.
Sure. But you've been away from Ghana for some time. What's been happening? BBI Boko.
There will be some menyango for bibro mo bisa me say adetina me my na bibia boko, but the truth of the matter is everything is very fine. Nyamia dum nyame di ehibia se ewufie o Ghana Maureen say in the beginning of my life I used to be a citizen of the world, and I have stayed quite in a couple of places from Europe and I did so many things, and God brought me to Ghana to start doing his work there, and I'm happy he did. I'm glad so I a friend at the Maker's House. Now when we started the Maker's House, one thing that was very clear was that God told me it's not for you, it's my church. And God, and let me say this, put this on record. And for Obia ne Obia or Obeni Bia in Gintia Nema Ghana. Again, let me say it again. Obi Obeni, to say Obia Obeni, to say Nkophobia or more Brabum, they know why I am away. May Obia Tiasem na Adiabakwa Abuame over my lifetime. But me the 50 years into now over the short time I met do yasino. I appreciate is to take counsel from men and from women that God has placed in your life. Now maybe a trim me papa bako one of the father figures of faith, enemy Kasai. Okay, Michael, Omana Omo Americano. We made a mistake. My time for Yankora. We spent all our lives building ministries and building churches. By the time we realized, yema IBBB elho enti udiusha omani sususha enti maweni enko omani. So mukasa ase me kire me no aso for mpani for be miensa eframe ne me kan wasem etoma kume so, but I needed to also do things right and then build the capacity of the men and women around me, whether it is business or ministry or whatever it is, build the capacity of people to be able to continue with the work. Namia Dum, we did our best. 2023, 2024, till 2025, I spent about 2 years. Mama America, na Ghana, na said you asafo any human media shemensa. The obi ade nwanwa pa ne se Ghana me Mama America me hwe mere ni me man ti so obi e ka se ma abandon mere ni me ma obi an ka bi da se ade na papa oti a onko hwe ni ni ma dey. Name me 2 quite 1 year. I stayed in Ghana for 2 years and na my home in for 2 years. But no be ankasa. But I saw him penning for me, I saw for the many in fact, the saw him penning for crying and catch him and say, Papa, we think you need to spend time with the kids, spend time with your children, and at the time, crucial time, more developing. This is the only time you can contribute to their lives. Again, Obi, maybe penny ankasa or college, already 19 October, and you college or college now, Accra, Menins now, or no college or college, how do you now go back to redeem the time? And so I decided, say, Sebio, Namia Jumanya Media, Asafo, Nanyam, Bodinya Mecha Asafo. Biesu si mesima safo na samando ponontimi ntwi mfaso ti asafo ni Kristo dia sebio si na wuse sia na mekwa nyame man nkwa chichi anyway but na wuse sia na mekwa me sure si Kristo asafo dia ebekoso akoso na de Yesu peso ye na asafo bia obeye no kwasem so ni say God had raised strong men, strong women who are doing the work beautifully. Our church people, we raise the church on the ticket of the word. And to be over the makers house, be a uninyamia sem or pepe nyamia sem or dinyamia semechi. And so it's helped. But I can tell you, Obi, say I'm here purposely to bond with my children, to help them know what I believe in. Said you say,
sure.
Ebede no ma agini nyame na me gini bi na edi me ya ma obi o tia bonten kwa na be kire me ma nyame a ebi a me mpese o mbehu no ana se me ma o ma peke character bi a ebeye even impossible for me to correct. And again, I think that sa ebi a se mban so obi bi sa wo de ultimate friend me on me dim komo and everybody that is close to me they sure. But nkofo bebree o mo bisa sa sem no most of them obi o mo che o mo yere no mo manchen yo as o mo bisa sa o de men o yere no manchen
no yere no manchen
e dia o de o de okra no ni pedua pe mo afore e ma enipa. But it goes beyond that. I am here purposely. I came to the US to spend time and contribute to the development of my kids, to spend time with my wife and my children, and to instill the values I want them to have. And basically, that is what it is. And and I believe everything has been.
While there, for the past a little over 1 year, are you still doing? Yeah, meaning say, you command your morning still. Even at church, it will make some Sundays you are brought on to preach. With the aid of technology. But are you still doing ministry in the US? And yet the Okasava Zoom near the Ewagan in the US proper. Ministry. Are you starting a branch of the church? It's saying.
Namien Ukraine say mission your international missions director now almost strategy. Actually say and say yes started I think say we will. Of course, and only Namia Bible say we should go into all the nations of the earth and be witnesses. And say as I see the nipa was to be as Nyame Sumai Uzbekistan ayebeko. Say Nyame hu say Juma Mayo Ghana me na me nko Kosovo, me nko Afghanistan. I think that say sum Nyame a say me tie Nyame. It is Nyame Suma me be bia or say me ko. Nemu me ba ha die. I can tell you say I have been preaching in almost so many states. I've preached in almost every state since I came. I go everywhere to preach. Last 2 weeks, I was in Columbus, Jesus Power Assemblies of God. Me normally a program from Monday to Sunday, and a fire conference. I was on it for throughout the week. I have been to Agape Live from New Jersey to Wisconsin to Detroit, Michigan to Atlanta, Georgia. I've been almost everywhere to go and preach the gospel. In Tinyamia Dome, we've tried as to wherever God sends us to. No, OBA boy, homework then see Kenya. with God's people. I don't limit it to only Command Your Morning. There are physical in-person meetings too that I do across America, from one state to another, and it's been a blessing so far. I'm only looking forward saying me ba penny no ebeko school na yes then I can come back home and do what I have to do in Ghana as well.
Oh, okay. That's great. Inti adofo ne enuanomo a she said ye o share bosse empire ne say at least by the end of this year entering January beginning the year right summit no na nyame de wa
nyame adom na me no ye program it
fantastic. I can't wait for that. Inti we ye da se pass wagimre ne yen edin and I'm sure sir Sofmami and in Kolani having you around for the past 1 year. The family bond it is. Nyame adomo say mitimi ebofa US wa me befia ba besra. Why?
Oh, also about brother Seven Sankaka.
Mate.
Street.
Prof, you better say Papa Panyamin.
But I appreciate you, Obi. Thank you so much for the honor and the opportunity, and I look forward to being part of starting the year right and so.
Yeah, that's it. Yamin Shao Panonya Okese. Why? Yamin Shao. Professor Michael Bwedi Nyameche ena motene nka se one yen edi enkomo enti. We started off with some wisdom nugget on how to stay the course as far as New Year resolutions are concerned, to achieve them, to work on where we are falling short and all of that. And I think it's been extremely helpful. And he took time to also respond to some, media reports, be some newspapers, he has we flee from Ghana because Iyoko, and I'm like, really? And what kind of story? And so there is nothing like that in the story. Say, now sorry, baby, we're under investigation in the Yoko into your movie. Say, or non, so your boyfriend really crime. So we'll be committing a crime. Why should somebody, I think he's laid all of that way, narrative a build around not to rest. He's there to be able to bond with his family. He was here in Ghana for 2 years straight, now on in the Busunya and so he's had to do that, because obey nyame adwuma na e was sem kwala nyame de won adom won so no uti because amanfo benya gidie wo nyame nimu a e was say won so. And that's why Paul said, say, I wish above all things that you prosper even as your soul prospers. Enti oye wo kran kwaje ho adwuma no na wabrabo mu nsem enkola nyame de adom woni aden so no o hwe mu ye to the glory of God. Enti yebeda sofo buedi nyame che asen we wish him very very well. Say nyame nka na ona onfa ne meka yensa wo Ghana asomdwie mu. And then next year hopefully you hear from him here on beginning the year right series. You don't want to miss that next year. Meaning your say Bonsu. Yebeda ne ho aba yeba NA Oko Ministry of Roads and Highways. Minister Odano the Honorable Govins Agboja. Ni spokesperson ewo studio ha. Ono anso ye Regional Communications Officer ma NDC ewo Eastern Region. Kojo Dankwa ewa ha. Sanso ena Sofo Charles Owusu abekansa ewa ha. Ena lawyer ni Kwesi Bochwe Jr. Enso ewa oshe committees are MPP put together. One committee na ye security committee required defense and interior and a security committee. Kwesibo na ye secretary to that committee. Wabekansa ewa ha. Yene won nyina eba ababidi enkomo. Me pacho moma yentie we sima be mienu. Yeba ye the discussion segment no esheshamoso. Stay with us. Na ede na aya obayi a oda forma so ne yafunu mu emunumuni.
Oh Mr. Entry, also yare ya titi bi ben fie pi nanso ne yam nyono da. Se me show no ahodo amato a me hunu hwe a ebe ya nwanwa.
Menyi ni se what ulcer tamfo Haxa capsules any Haxa mixture yanum bom kotia ulcer no bia ma no anom. Anka ne ho ato no dadaada. Ulcer dro de eno ani Haxa capsules any Haxa mixture.
Ankom ni nchiremu.
Ulcer ye kura eto yefunu ene ensunumu. Etuma wo yefunu ekeka wa. Wogire wo ho a enyi. Ulcer etumi ema wo ye cheko ebra wadidi awie. So how eye ulcer de a kope Haxa capsules any Haxa mixture nanum bom na ho ebeto.
Pedudu eto a ko okanshi drug lane Kumasi Dani Herbal Takradi AA Mensa Anafre 020-3822-855 Apefo abatan ya woma won mofra no fo ene mofra woni mfie dumienu enka ho Haxa capsules ene ne mesha
ulcer tamfo edie age adwadie nkrato yi atom.
She de ye to bia de eso hwi ni shop me report no he minia so me no Bonsu ye eso hwi ni ubotom Asempa produce so tie obi mu na ame wo ideas ane bekuno da bia ni adwen fofra wo eso na montu bia anim so bia yi din se ya enya asomdwe ni wanya o eye sikasem bills wo ho idea menye comment na mantwe bi o ye wo efi emergency loan kosi salary loan working capital ni startup loan bills se enstrokra for Ghana card be apply ya fresh 0596 920 833 and 0302 200 390 bills for sikasem wo ha nyina be dan ye
Ayampo, say a quantum musem, ye can do him, na one could be na yell satism, and no be bree, na Ghana edition, nemu won conformance, the old year when you beji, and it your rubber who.
You cry, you slow at all a year 20 inches. 3 days yet to be where a grow.
NNT Tiabrochenko mo akwaku amankwa akuntejo Edinburgh Asempa 94.7 FM so
Edru me nda na se enua no mo amanone Yo mosua kakra Yo musu ahunu Ye nsu yatie Ye nyina etrasia Ni aka bom
Memory da bia bonusia epem se ya ekosi na wotwe twendwene ye ho ewo abrochire se de yakohu ene de abeduru fie de yehu ne yehwe de ye ne de aba de enye no eni kwan se ye
ze na je se Chinkumo na dimu tintimpa
ye bere no ma hodo a e won kofo man so a ye betimi di aboa Ghana amna fa ne to ma pefra o man yimpuntu na habot sign passport won sensem ni nyina ye de bro e wa brochinko modwumadi yi mu ye besa so mo akwanya no wa kire wadwen
Robert David make us free Germany Kobe yeah Amsterdam concept no what for about kefu e wo mo e wa amana ne nemo wo mo atiamana no dia na o mo tipie no mo kura na so program no mo aso project no e nwanwa
shene so say ye memene da bia 6 p.m. Boganie Abrochinko Moni
Africa Printy Deep pepper perco Didi Frepo Enti sa wo to mackerel aye waduane a na wato Africa Queen mackerel na wecha wenu keke no pankwa
Syntax Tango
Syntax hey talk very strong if you want quality this be where you belong Syntax hey talk very strong oh Ghana shout and sing the song when the sun they hot Syntax no break when the rain they fall still no shake builders they choose and plumbers they prove and any project you they start Syntax
Sasso, esse momento tão freco. Sasso, esse momento tão freco. Stato, Kumton Preko, Nanisham Nedia, and Demostronko.
This advert is FDA approved.
Do you know how money moves in Ghana and across Africa? How it really moves? It doesn't move once a month. It moves 100 times a day on Ecobank's digital platform. Airtime for That's Your Sister. Transport for Papa. 500 Cs for Saturday's funeral. 2,000 Naira for the cousin sitting jump in Abuja. Because we don't just move money, we take care of people. Money moves in every direction. Uncle to nephew, nephew to uncle, sister to brother on Monday, brother back to sister on Friday. And it moves together. The funeral contribution, the susu, the wedding levy, the hospital bill in the family WhatsApp group. In Africa, money is rarely one person's transaction. It's many people moving small amounts toward one purpose. That's how money moves here. And there's one bank built for it all.
Africa, 34 nations, one heartbeat, one screen.
Ecobank, the only bank built for the way Africans move money. 34 countries, one screen. Ecobank, the Pan-African Bank.
Africa, yeah. Africa, yeah.
What can people know about? Na Electroland Ghana Limited at the stadium in Nijene Baufi. Where they are taking your money in also. Your person who go beer pepe. Now wait me out badge also. Asa what is stadium hobby. And then the abroad discounts. Our Samsung, TCL, and Nasco Smart TVs Nina. Ma match day bianya we Nijeda. Na beti your powerful air conditioners and your coolers. Your top and bottom mount chest and display fridges. No gas cooker and so washing machines, microwaves, and your small kitchen appliances in your kika winina. When the football promotion is so power fimu. Kahuna kwa your showroom. Any anamo sifa one more Ghana fan enina. And our friend was 050-315-9738. Bet me so call www.electrolandgh.com. Electroland. Yeah, the stadium no baufi. What up, Renabo? No one pay football, no one's here. Electroland Ghana Limited, at the stadium, no baufi. And one is over to Samsung, TCL, and Nasco Smart TV, a 50-inch, and Nadia Brosa, then get free DSTV decoder, and a 1 month free subscription. Share, what capital? Yeah, the bau no live. Now, what's the discount at Woodrow, and a free Zappa decoder. Electroland, move forward, capital Murphy. Electroland, move forward to me, show. Etika wana kwa Electroland showroom bia wo Ghana fanenina anadi obenwo anabetinia press 050-315-9739 call www.electrolandgh.com nemom kaise enhihye kakra wo ho eyeko
onya asase ama wo dan na pese wusinu school dino and the hospital no asase amafuso mu biara eni ho sase landard in sebia ne ho and there is a Prince Margin properties echira kwan nearby see ebegwa Prince Margin ye chira kwan our Shaman traffic light opposite the Nova filling station ubetimi afreya was 0557 111 078 0557 111 078 and that's 0557 111 079 0557 111 079 Prince Roger Properties Asasipa if you
a Dayton and the boy your phone cry say HM Estate covered by the Bioma Bo with the Bioma Miss say HM Blood Dio Mrs. Watch Sumota 7 and I don't see you with your don't come in so a single room self-contained Japan hall and a 2-bedroom apartment at Towan Krahadi and the HM Estate hey na coffee and dining boy your foster and it is summer sour home pony say so we are papa wana branch out to Ghana and I'm manoni so we talk dying be pay one retia we no HM force how Brahma was saying ya was gadi build hey Assembly they say Messi won't pay way now pay day what you want us from when energy won't church way it was 0573 999 999 0573 999 999 Nation so say a single room Chimben hall and a 2-bedroom apartment. Chemana almost a wood dice in a wood dine to one sumji, a yomo dodging.
And some ahodo a esi nyina emu akasi a wosa wuti biara Asempa yetia na wobete no Asempa yetia eye kasebo a ye de bro ewo Asempa FM enwere no nsia empai mu 6:30 sharp ensem ahodo a esitie ye hu ye ni nyina ye de bro Asempa yetia eye straight to the point essence Asempa yetia.
Say you separated the men from the boys. Now you track and call Makuku Damnoa. Senior people chale. If 11th June, 19th July 2026, we are singing our biggest football tournament. It's from King the 2026 FIFA World Cup. 48 teams, 104 matches. And we're USA, Canada, and Mexico. Argentina between back to back. And I went from next year. Do some player when it's here. Sports 1 Pump Asempa 94.7 FM. Any multimedia platforms ring now. Yeah, and what's your Asempa from Atuma Family Israel Family? Now, Shadum TV. Adomonline.com and social media platforms are what on the song. Yeah, but what should be your feeling? It's a Ghana airport and a big match. Yeah, Sepania Craft for more USA, Canada, and Mexico. How better? More programs are what on live commentary. Analysis, the report are what on the 2026 FIFA World Cup. And Tia and Shababia. How dear Nada.
Happy Father's Day. Father's Day celebration. We have to say more. Asempa FM Papa, you go to Madia. Yeah, the boy Janamo Basono. Afi, yeah, the grand buffet. One of Papa mentioned she and Asim Chia. No, Asempa FM Papa, you go grand buffet 2026. Yes, celebrate Janamo. Almost some money with Frataya, just sitting Pampaso. Papa, I go. One of Papa mentioned Sunday 21st June. Our Aviation Social Center, 2 p.m. I hope I am Dekwa. HDP. Yeah, Papa, no the cooking competition to go back to such grand buffet. No, so did you open near the live music performance in this what artwork. Special prisons band, Pat Thomas and Empress Gifty. Asempa FM Papa, you go grand buffet 2026. Ticket near 200 Ghana per. Ekoba on your Papa. So person there with your phone will become a home bar. Almost 300 Ghana. Dial *714*003#. Let's select the option 2 total ticket. Open your visual drive from front desk. And after 053 102 9795 reserve your seat. In my question, Asempa FM Papa, you go grand buffet 2026 April. I have center stand. I have top. I have strong Franco Trading Enterprise. So phone Papa Fee, Best Gas Knowledge, Quality Care, Las Palmas Food Center, Agana Papa Fee, Lavons and Rich Tomato Mix, Love Day Inside, Agromonti, we know a great, Ready Vitamin C, it boosts your immune system. Mr. Kyo from Kowloon, be a real man.
Jack Patabare Vimanya Cool.
Wado asie obia wodi atiaro pa ani awia nanso adonumra eye bibia ewo Asempa FM 94.7 Bibia jumadi fufra ye de ba Asempa FM Monday to Thursday 8:30 p.m. to 10 p.m. Obadoma Bibia wo bisa traffic lecture ye be chiso bibia be doji afa enwom no so de be na eko funny stories and filesinina eso me sade so mesiama nemu menkancho bia o ebeko konsa dia yemia tesa bibia jumadi wa Asempa FM so edisiame Monday to Thursday 8:30 p.m. to 10 p.m. Eye bibia Asempa FM.
Arriba! Asempa FM. Asempa FM. Sempanabo binebano biba binebano sempanabo obinie ekosise nie Bonsu awon mene sempa de brane mama obi so
Masomo Asempa 94.7 FM Ekosiisen dwumedie no wasuguso a utie na ma yena munyina ase na yema mo akwaba. It's 30 after 5 and you would zoom straight into your discussion segment na would see what we can do with the next 1 hour eda yeneme. But we are still calling on the Ghanaian people, especially Emma se monshamo papanom enimunyam kwesiede de enemy Father's Day intime pacho the Asempa FM papa yiko Father's Day event aye to celebrate fathers. Please take advantage and show your father some love. A special Father's Day celebration dedicated to the heroes we call fathers. Basu Aviation Social Center Sunday 21st June 2 p.m. near Shasie ticket near 100 Ghana cedis for single. Ba pesa wono papa bo mu ba mu betua 200 cedis. Now do papa ba papa nkwa na eba 100 Ghana cedis. Oba front desk of Joy FM has Asempa FM ni Adom FM ubenye bi ato ewo eheya anase ubetimi use short code *714*003# now I select option 2 now what to ticket no ebi yebema mo live music performances from Empress Gifty, Pat Thomas and the Prisons Band. There will be a contest that two can cook competition. Papa no ebetima no aduane o moduane will be adjudged the becha wana die bebre and a delicious grand buffet 3-course dinner. Yamao starter, yamao main meal, yamao dessert. All of this for just 100 Ghana cedis. So, in my papamra, meshia papanom, it's an opportunity for networking and all of that. Inti, yenina ebeji yeni kwesia day, ewa aviation social center, yeni yen papanom, ena eji yeni. Bepetikid nibito, shao papa enu munyam, enye papa fo nyina na yeni pabonefo, me pamochao. In the shop papa munyam, Syntax Tank, Franco Trading Enterprise, Pears Cares Knowledge, Las Palmas Food Center, Lavon's Enriched Tomato Mix, Agromonti, Reedy Vitamin C, and Mr. Kyo from Cologne, Omuninana, Asoyana saying, the Asempa FM, Papa Eco 2026, Jumedieno, Bremo. You don't want to miss it. Please be part of this amazing celebration. Na yensha yen papanom enemunyam. Snitch Fonso Airton luxury apartment. Omo adan ewo cantonment Edinkra Height. Eagles Place and Royal Tivoli and was Secomono and your Meridian Gardens were Clagon. A snit for Daya or more airton way a luxury apartment and townhouses. It be a 2 bedrooms, 3 bedrooms, 4 bedroom unit across selected communities. Amabuboso Ede Amamui. It come there, experience, comfort, style, and value backed by a trusted institution. Our units are now selling in the fresh snit. It was 0244 593 276. Your sales office our 6th floor Ridge Tower here in Accra into Okohwa Obenyayen na on a snit for wedding komo na apartment aye toni unso wetimi enye bi ato. Very important. Mama yensha no mama enwanu ya kwaba ne mfa nkomo no nhehye so kwesibo twa kwaba ete sei
obi nyame adom na so
bibi ekoyi
nyame adaro man si oni amu na kakra but yesterday nyame say na ye Friday no fan chain because we say Ghana han sese ni shum na ayem shishe tino nyame fan chain na afen so no ka Father's Day there amefa akunye so na me wish apapafo nyina happy Father's Day in advance
Sunday 21st
ba say Sunday nya kwan betena ha di kan ne MPP ye papa awoda yam no ye flag bearer the former vice president Dr. Mahmoud Baumia the flag bearer of our party ye mano awodapa is MPP ni ono ye papa odayano
yes
na yensama the former president Kufuor and so eja onso ye friend ejapa onso ye mano happy Father's Day and the president Kufuor the immediate past president ye mano onso happy Father's Day ye ma ye council of elders nia papa owusu ankoma hakman owusu ajimai ye papa no ma kojompie ni nom omunia ye momunia happy Father's Day. Now face the young fathers no.
Yeah.
The honorable Kojo Ponkoma my boss. No so be man happy Father's Day. Yama Samia Wuku Abudina Po meet Bo be edin but ye mo bia ye minority leader ye mo bia happy Father's Day papa bia o play role MPP mu o play role to mentor the youth of this party. Me am a boss, my immediate boss, director did this miracles Abuaje.
Yes.
Me man no happy Father's Day. Those are nice daughters.
Yeah, nice family, very nice.
Nancy and ne baba kunya 19 years, ultra legal age. Untino. On behalf of Nembano, Yamano, happy Father's Day.
Sure.
Nancy, ultra legal
miracle. Abuaje. The bed in 19 years. Obana Bema.
Oyoba. Oyoba pa.
Oh, Nemano, all nice. So very nice children. Emane, yeah.
To be a Mubiane, the spiritual fathers of the land.
Sure.
Your papa, Archbishop Nicholas Duncan Williams, Dr. Mensa Otabel, Miami Papa, Pastor Eastwood Anaba, the Reverend Owusu Bempa, and a software Prophet L. Bernard Nelson Ishen, Prophet Telvin. I saw from Penny for Morgan Henia, Yemomunia, happy Father's Day.
Father's Day.
I wish President Mahama so
happy
Father's Day. Honor the president of the land.
Sure.
Speaker, yeah, we should be a happy Father's Day. Into Obi.
I think there was some way and say I was say upon a motor tickets maybe. Now father be our person the man no bad dinner even now.
Oh, me to be more fathers me no madam akoma super me person me to be more.
In the upon no
what saying
100 cities.
Oh, position 100 cities there menya. Because no my needs be more the 100 cities ni me 2 days me dia nisika 2 days.
O toma o papa ba ko wa she.
Oh, sacrifices be brebe o my
2 days 100 cities now.
2 days. See,
maybe I'm sure no the deal. Maybe I'm sure no the deal no.
Oh, me no say kube ba ko 12 cities there.
7 cities,
12 cities.
I'm saying kube no ko South Africa no ko.
Oze oko UGMC ona ofe chiriwa na me have is a free anchor makoto kube wa South Africa. Me have is a free anchor.
I'm so ko South Africa na
ko. Me have is a free anchor.
Okay, that's fine.
Inti obi.
In the end no munyina mun to ticket ne bi. Na mo de ache. So for so Tobi ma so for panyi Owusu Bempa. Na utimi badina ni bi na chese bibia ye kam.
Na obi also happy Father's Day to you.
Me that's it.
Obi dan kwa ma munyini ya
omo 9 years ne 6 years.
Obi ejo so
bibia ye boko.
Nyankopon aye na afa mu de moja we de afusane e techere ma eda bodwe mu obi na ye hono ye. Ohunu mi wa hunu se
political suit ne so efe. Matese wa pam bebre.
Wa pam daima. Kojo dankwa.
Obi na
political suit no pam oni Peter me obi ni Peter me sa.
Obi unu say Santa.
Obi na ni America jesu. Political suit no pam daima. Hey,
in opposition obi na me na native.
Obi sika ni apam tadio.
Me de uni me. Sabe yesi enye usikani na fe any premani. What you say? Me premani. What you say? Me ni bi kura no a.
Oh, position
na. Me so bi, I'm sure those days. Ja.
Political suit start to say.
I
give it to him. There's a way material na near fe.
Obi.
Let's display of wealth. I was saying shrad ni yoko krati.
Because that ba sa o minister ho ye.
Nyankopon adaroma minister governs Kwame Abuja na ho ye pa obi
danyame ase meba ma waboa yen word na nsan report bae on 4th estate for story no na wabone o me wo mu ne tofa e dia man na afia to aso so meba to pagea o microphone na yente wo ka me giri se bibia ye boko
obi the orchestra obi antene so onene onyame na domti enkwan ewo ho
yes
ipan kwan so na ye japade nti me japade intact die na je se chosem se o wonkwan
na wade nyina
like say ade nyina wo ho na se oni nkwan oni hwe nti ya seza na be ma urade o nse nsuo to a
na ayem hyehyia
na maka nsuo ja makam mai mo bo Is he across them same by appeal to public? No, we are boy and so benya could be canubi, rubber one. Am I sabi moto be botoa. And yes, a toa, nice that if you film, Najama film, you have seen a book. Nanganyan side.
Are you serious, sir?
Oh, be serious, pa. In fact, Wednesday, no suit turn up. Minim say to chrome, baby, I've been to by a hot topper. Obi me fee chroma, me fee 7% chrome. Around 7. Minya kwa drew na boy 11. Anopa, na boy 11. In fact, me dodgy ya, san dodgy me hoka home. I feel me and baby, I'm a on my era. My dodgy, my mere master dodgy me.
Traffic ninety.
Because you soon know at Tama. So do me fee.
Minimum hopper.
Unse baby, I'm what do you am or be one. A honor, not a half flooding. Now, fortunately, Minya will be on nim mounty or the Mikofa baby, Mamina quite pier. Now, a pier do main road, no. Now, main road is a serious chamber, baby, and I'm fear.
Wow.
And see, me drew West Hills more on my farm, is that right? Now, me, I'm a cock of fetch. Now, my baby, see main road. Maybe back when the woman moved Johnny if main road neighbors one can also change a fee as here in echo. And then we'll be such a baby. I don't know. Just how do can name in sumo until not so run soon. Buy our one and say, Uncle Tom and him. Now, in soon for wedding. Uncle. We are not seeing change as well. Minim say, EP4 Ghana.
Omoa, sir, I want Professor Clute.
Oh, sir, or Ghana home.
Boss, no, yeah.
And a sign war a environment minister on so Ghana.
Sir, no, acting, there was here.
Nampacho in the Ubinio.
Amaboa.
So Arcticra. Yeah. Obin Pacho Wadaruma. A dear Bonina Ouija for aye. So who ball and I see one. Mehu. And run me the trafficking because of our issue. Me the trafficking from Ultra Old Barrier.
Yes.
Will be Chumaba Malam Junction. Me the trafficking more than 2 hours.
Tricycles,
penny koshe. I brought 500. Now the hard drain is see and so moon ebetoy. Obi. Nina and so better woman sooner and I say I dream in a go from Crackeke. Don't say a female woman in a baby fuckanum. Teodo can and more the cool fee. And I would mean dodge it.
Now tricycles almost didn't know my packet back here.
Oh, me mean to me. Not 4 ton bull fruit. A man 4 ton we were cholera area because you see say me say cholera outbreak about Greater Accra oh WW and we be to we
na baby abola ni go say panyi bi twema on
ana ube say see am kan obi a wo tie mi bia enkofa kwan so say esisi wo
convoy
no pa nwumre
convoy
come say de be chi esi wo me say bro 500 na de ha me kese ni say
no mo fan ko dumping site and e
opposite Akaway Hospital.
Yes.
There's a hospital, maybe a children's hospital. No, yeah, some say, yeah. See, will be the one. Hey, politicians are Ghana. More bought to say, you know. Say hospital, SCB, no, so yes, you're common to quite between people and this and CB. Obi, hospital opposite, no, so convoy no. So the mini kind. Ultra Empire Cement.
Yes.
We say outer lane now outer lane baby see Akaway Hospital no anim
and omaji ho nyina
obi Messi see akwa ipa wi a na pa mo so mo cameras no ko sisi convoy na esi ho no just say why am makra na ebinim so ba no mo ba chance
but what is it like omudu anoma park here
almost say omo dumping site na flooded
and
for the past 3 weeks no mo ntimi dump baller no and obi omo ye convoy ne from
baby
a Reverend Eche Makati Junction no sa through to New China Mall no mo baby o Weja Junction nti baller cars close to 300 baller cars
I dey me say na woni anajo no anajo pa no omo kwa ebi dru the other side no mutumi hwie gu no ma omo kwa
ni
so obi mutumi hwie gu ho two bus
lane for 2 cars no ma fa lane
that is the cars I should use the
now obi the other side na ye honye you know omo ba ni na omo de be free this side na event no mutumi hwie ball ani bi go no mo ko na anajo dru a ukwa na okoto ball no at once. Now we have so family echo.
What
is happening? What is happening? I didn't see. And then so to go every day.
No be tuntum.
Say na nipa area ho no de me suma hom. Yare me say oman ye hu se bi o ya mfa nipa ho ntia. Nanka ebetimi di nipa wuo aba. Because obi ball ani sisi wo sa. Enwansena nom na ensuo togum na ensuo ne wo mu etene ko efafam na nkofo nantim etietie mu ko mu fie omo de ka efam ekɔ mu fie nyina na omo de yare na eden ekɔ
preparatory schools nso nko ana wɔ
enkola ekɔ school na etwam
schools
obi na wɔ do
obi this is the N1 highway N1 highway
when ekɔ
it is saying the sisi o say
see and the sisi the video we cried there 3 weeks ago video
we no omusa
we do omusa we 3 weeks ago
me say ombro buy 500 me na me ka cho every day we are
obi is very true some me want to meet we junction it's very
ombro buy 500
it is say na just say obi antimi nya ho
so now we obi omo sisi na boys no twitwom jo to no
me ba ayi public works na Zoom Lion for ye under why you know abanye twemo
well you need sanamati because in fact for a very long time who say Zoom Lion for pra once our match usually no
and has there been like
especially baby Zoom Lion for pay atemota run about
and see but has there been like a company replacing them?
No, I'm not sure.
Yeah, hold there maybe who say area ho nyina de obi who say omo the ball ekwa na ye aboboya
and why are we surprised say flood na ye excessive because if nobody is cleaning the city send your flood
of course
when you running in got
obi baby omo tugu kwa flood ya ada ne yemfe baby momo fa ball na den enko ne ye momo ko fa ball na free enfie ahodom and omo de abegina kwan main road
where is this
obi na onim there
no into the point is we cancelled the existing contract without any arrangement, like no alternative.
That should tell you about the kind of leadership we have in this country. But Obi, you see, the danger about this thing is once an out lane, a bit more motive benches down honum, it be up a cell branch, a free main road. Because they have blocked the road. Omo block the road.
Omo jina 222.
Obi na me say anopa. Say who the traffic mo a. Say yeah nyame ada me fa Uber now glass ne kosora. But what the trotro ma Obi fe.
Glass ne control.
Na traffic in swat.
For that way no.
Obi fe. And
you suben so ja no you suben.
From Obi it is from Malam Junction. Through to Makati Hill. And as they say, no more started Diko Malam Junction him. Say, oh my mawo kwan no. Almost started Diko Malam Junction. Na ye terrible.
I think that the indiscipline.
This is not cool.
In the indiscipline in this.
No, it's about leadership. If you have a sanitation minister, he should take care of this thing. It's about leadership. This is not indiscipline. It's about leadership.
The indiscipline in this country, Obi, is getting worse and out of hand by the day. And look, and for me, Obi, we went to Naha. Last week, me catch it. I was saying, Sadia, we know, I didn't want to say the politics. Last week, I said this because you better na hey, Obi can't no leadership problem. Na say, Obra na mo so these things. Nesi, ebia ne NC in this but nesi,
this magnitude.
What you say, ebia not this magnitude. Na entesa, but nesi. And until I was here better than this uncle will be. I was here kind of choir. You better so as a mind near Behenasa in discipline we deal with it. Obi Bajon America say. Because young Canesana the Bia the choir manual semne Sadianwa. Obi, one shot. As someone Puma Sibrano. And now I saw for chance and no cry. Maybe in an American answer. What you say, Quasibuchi? Media.
My concern is Obi. Yari political party. Carlos. Yari baby will be free. In fact, we share. Me share Al Jazeera and Musa cholera outbreak. Nigeria, northern Nigeria. Nipa be breed na ewu. Say Yari bar. Yari ko hospital anambwa.
Yes.
Na opposite hospital and yakofa yare na eden ababesi ntina nipa na ekọ hospital na ye ekosom yade na ye kopa yade ene dia mom na wo de no so to nchen a efie won nchen ho nyinara se kwesi kan no in fact oti ho ba bia e bia gese me ye hweje bia wo ja o ka na wo fafam mum na be fa kwan ho abedu malam janche na fa kai den ekọ se ba so betimi do ka akọ no de no
because me I think sir we can comfortably trace the recent upsurge in floods to your waste management team.
Oh yes.
Because it's unconscionable, say a decision was made. Say company and a public waste collection on our major roads and manage a lot of the landfill sites, contract with the state through YEA is cancelled.
Yeah.
We have not been told what the alternative is.
There's no alternative.
What we were told is that our assemblies now engage on more waste management contractors. The assembly should tell us what they've done in that regard. Because if company are not Nejuma, Osei and if there is no alternative, that alternative should be able to do the work better,
of course,
than company and
of course.
If a Zoom line no more near Germany, na ya cancel, na the year hunia. It cannot be justified.
In fact,
it cannot be justified.
Abra, me to make sure na Juma be 100% and say. But you see, no, you
don't see this.
You don't see it.
You don't see this.
It is a nipa ni ho na say problem no ba na ye hu kwan be fa so e be so anu a na ya nipa na ye area ho no na ye ja to ye so ba na ye
it's unbelievable.
So problem by ourselves and I say yenye dey enti anopa awia anwumre anajo obi sometimes we coffee around 11-12 na cars na start here the motorbike na start here then pack
and this is the capital city of Ghana for crying out loud.
Did you know the
so embarrassing
thing? Sabobo ya for we no say usually no mo de ball and nifi Malam market ho ni ade no mo ko park here. I just mo ko akoye U10 e wo Pambros Junction. Because highway no into U10 be any from Makati Junction U10 be any till Pambros Junction. Now omunam highway no so no mo kwa no mafa kwan ni highway 4 lanes or 3 lanes no mafa ni ni anti cars like say no be e di echire boko because mo saso be no mo ba no
U10 no be
si kwan obi
omo ye U10 na omo timi ye U10 no mo nyina wuram na car no obi a wagina
obi as a president ba
wuram be ni ba
abobo ya agbola convoy.
No mo nyina ko no mo be gina mo nyina be twom ansam because the one who see ba no udi agro be chuka enti Mr. Say
if we should handle some of this
and you say assemblies no omunya hwe o
dabi
yen gas out ko na weja hon so
yes
me hu lo mo ye
no but the truth of the matter is so if you leave assemblies they say they should engage on more contractors.
Yeah.
And the contractors don't know what they do.
I don't know.
Contractors, man.
Who
are those contractors? To do the work because a fina ye can want some no. And ye fina ye de abobo
no.
We should be a bit more serious with and before you disengage Obi or Hodadano, make sure there is an alternative that will do the work better. You don't let the things
go Dominic Denny by making. Who's a Sunny, Oba Hona, Oba baby, more than one mechanic. MTM for no. And say me bana, Abubo Yaba. It's a party yes, baby, and Sana come. I've been Minyaba Thomas. Oh, like I said, me free police now. Police for ever found because they are. Womuda hwa che say omunema bubu onam ye gade on mine Ghana because you can want to fa bubu ya nam fa so olodu sa no be mini tom so accident I see bubu ya onya accident I know obi
mamemra kojo tan
enti yesre environment for hwa me dey say assembly na say you want to be moye environment minister so ho so a o jama yare me kuya na EPF say enye dey ben
na they have to clear tomorrow morning. This cannot they have to declare tomorrow morning. It's an ISO. Kojo, my member of Fire Co-Ministry of Roads and Highways, and now knowing Felix Kwachofo, so Government Communications Minister here press conference. Omampenya Juma or the share ne advisor on governance and say Fourth Estate for story on we an on-shame non-found report number specifically on roads. A fast sourced contract on a senior mano committee in a car dane.
Obi, my man was na me.
Ubet my in 10 minutes. I'm on home.
Obi, yeah, the 15. I will 20.
Your mom 15 minutes. And a minister of roads for na moment
massa.
Na there be na of 15.
Yeah, again I okay.
Topics are producer the man.
Oh, massa.
Obi objection on point of law.
Objection overruled.
Obi you judge the uncle Trimbed but now the objection no cross overruled.
Obi you 15 mama.
This is arbitrary of discretion. Obi you are misusing your discretion.
Yes. Sir and chair cry under the Fourth Estate for a year publication be. But even before Ansana, on by publication and na snipers of bibi bekoso na obi eni na enim Fort Estate emra enuan mo abam se yete se wo mo de bibi abeto abonten se wo mo de eye report bi be ba na ebinom yam bom krododo ba obi ukai enunti emra omo de beto abonten no ebinom eka se ne eba no ehunu na eye keta se shebi proye bi kankan bi akoso wo ye roots ministry enunti Fort Estate ebe expose eye the ministry obi ye na betena ha di san komoni bi ye ka ho asam ani na ye hwe anim se ye nuano Fort Estate for report o makwaya na say investigation o makwaya no mo ba betudwa na ye hunu ni investigation no ye den eka na obi emra ni ye didi hu nkomo na ano mampanyi John Dramani Mahama ye na enim se ono abaketa asese ne proya won soso na oje eye kabi mamin kabi atum yie pa enu nti oka se ebe ya anke enuam no momfa wo monsam no mo ka no emfa nton krata so na officially wo momfa anya den emfa mmere o mampanyi eye John Dramani Mahama na so ye na wo ma ho kwan na ehwehwem enkoso ne ehwehwem ne ehunu se anyenye bia wo monsam no mo ka no nukura bi wom anase nukura nya den enim Etiobi on the 1st of April Anna Media Foundation for West Africa ede yes ansem no egum krata so ede koma Ghana mampanyini ede kona so ye se mampanyini ye de abrew o mampanyini je krata na obi wana so ade chi pepepepepe ano frɛ senior advisor on governmental affairs ye maame ye friend say Valerie Soya say ensamo Media Foundation for West Africa ekruchi wadi abanie etinke beya nko ye emu hwehwemu ne ehunu se anyenye bia nsam no abawom eye nokre anasa nye nokre na ye maame eje nkrata no ana wono nso forward nkrata no de ma Ministry of Rules say eye Media Foundation for West Africa no wadi abanie manu yi a ewomu no enene sen na obi so unim emra ekire se sabe untimi mu obi eye kumfo a sabe untie nipa nanu disam anameboa basic principle in law anameboa enunti yede ma Ministry of Roads and Highway on the 2nd of April Ministry of Road and Highway so in a response put two together in a response at the buy on the your friend is saying 21st of April and also then the response come on ye maame Valerie Soya ene mpamfo iti na afi no afanuni nano e de omanu disema ye den aba e wo se ye gu ensanie so ne ye kari ne ye hwehwem ne ye hunu se hwan na e ka no kore na hwan na ne o ka ne se be eni na obi on the 22nd May ya ana ye maame Valerie Soya wode the final 72-page report at the bro omampanyini se omampanyini hwehwemu a o share me se me nkonkoye no maye e de awie na obi details of the report no
that's Valerie Soya na ye hwehwemu no
yes
and we issue report
committee so omampanyini na nye committee ode ma eye maame Valerie Soya eti hwehwemu no a yekoye no ye maame Valerie Soya koye no eye ni ode bae no eno na me ne watiefo ye ba bechi emra oye hwehwem ni wie no abeda adwa se obi efiri bra owura John Dramani Mahama ne NDC bae 2025 January ebesi ena me no kasaya na se ebra wo mo tro final 72 page report no na contractor aban way through the Ministry of Roads and Highway ya diaman na contract ni na 1441 obi tenio 1441 apem ahanan aduanan ba ko contract ya diaman na se unim se oba Ministry of Roads and Highway ye wo agencies se wo Ministry of Roads and Highway e wo mase ye wo Ghana Highway Authority ye wo Urban Roads ye wo Feeder Roads na obi ntichemu ni nie 1441 contracts no ntichemu no enie agencies agencies na wo ma contract no Ghana Highway Authority ema 405 contracts Feeder Roads ema 896 out of 1441 consolidated contracts 63, big push contract 54, and a legacy project near Babato na buy no dia mad dano and no 23. That but Obi, take note of the legacy project. Obi, out of the total of 1,441 contractor buy ya diamano. Emu 1,301 apem ahasa ene bako edie it went through competitive tendering and also open tendering. Obi what did I make an say?
Yes.
1,301 out of 1,441 went through competitive tendering. Now competitive tendering as a Chinese say Ministry of Roads and Highway publication this contract ni gu nkrata mu ka say obi bia wo ye Ghana ni a wo gidie so obetimi aye sa adwuma no fa nkrata den ebra na ye nhwe se wo se efata so obetimi aye adwuma na de adwuma na den e de ama eti wo hwe even graphic mu a obi this is a copy of graphic obi publications no na ewom Daily Graphic Monday July 7th 2005 any. This represent the 1,301 now represent 90.28% of the entire road projects Yediama contract under this current administration. Who follow there?
Yes, we follow.
90.28% was given under competitive tendering. Ya maho kwan say Ghana ni bia kwesi botwe menua Osei akwani bi ne de here o de ye wi ebeba mame meguso eba nti ye wi ebeba ho obi mpacho te ameka na say ya de ma eno through competitive what tendering obi 1,301 uti free 1,441 a ebeka 140.
Okay.
Meboa.
Yes.
Ana meboa. Okay. So 140 no. 66 of them per and the ma single source. Representing 4.58%. Eti nakasa eni chiwanshia ye die ni na Media Foundation for West Africa and Fourth Estate cover by no. It was just about 4.58% of the route. Yet here the single source. Obu ya no so to nchanya 51 of 140 no were given under restrictive tendering. It was no single source. And at 23 legacy project no eno de abanda da no and the mine the man under single source. Eti obi dede kesia ni ye ni dede ni ye nyina na say 66 out of 1,441 road contracts were given as a single source. Na obi say offer 1,441. That's a 66 4.58%. Brofu no beka say it is negligible.
But would that be fair to Fourth Estate? Because Fourth Estate focus no
your friend is saying report in here analyze you.
I get you. Fourth Estate focus no was on the juicy contract, no, which are all contracts under big push. In the under big push, no, almost say majority of those contracts, no.
Obi, so even that one, it's not true.
Okay.
Okay, say majority of those contracts, no,
under big push,
no. Say big push, no. It was 47.14%. So that's not majority
of the contract.
Obviously,
under big push.
Obviously, that cannot be a majority.
But that's almost half of the.
It's not majority. But it is not majority.
That's fair.
But you can also not single out. Some projects in Kase way near Diama single source. Meanwhile, my contract 1,441. So who can say who single out a big push in then you are also not being fair to the Ministry of Roads and Highway. Say by now, what say you do over 50% of the 1,441 and yet they are single source and ye di hun koma no be na ye di hun komo. Open budget in America say. So it cannot we would also not be fair to say and ye single out a big push. And no so also single out the big pusher. The percentage of that was given under a single source no was just 47%. That is not more than half. Just as a year and non per se yetiasian. Obi uye no tonchanya. Adia bakwa. A committee ne can once a meshimu a dome was to corner say, Anya bia, in name so mangana muhay. Sabi bibia ye bian, ya demra and the yejuma. Eti, sa contraji yomo de maye. Wamo fa gana mraso, and also mutieti agana mraso, and ama fa gana mranya juma ana. A committee no, a yes, and no, and who say, a Ministry of Roads and Highway, F.A. Ghana Mraso and Tietia Ghana Mraso, and what the contract at the mine. Now, Obi, Osha reports now, reports and say, the implementing agencies, Ghana Highway Authority, and the decline. Also, Ghana Highway Authority, SC key for PPA board approval for 72 a year projects. It's 72 projects no a year Ghana Highway Authority at the mark contract no they seek the approval of the board of PPA ya famra council and ya de it's boni bia anya den enim ebio Osha Department of Urban Roads or say PPA approval was a friend saying or seek PPA approval for a year 16 projects and also say boni bia anya den enim yan tietia Ghana mraso and ye desa contract ne ye den e de mahe enunti so bi beka se ye tietia Ghana mraso there is an abuse of the procurement processes na no kura bia anya den enim obi ebio Department of Federal Roads according to the report or say SCK PPA approval for 29 a year project obi went tietia mra bia so efa mra ekwamu pepepe na yes a contract no ye de maye it is obi ba beka se year procurement processes no ye tietia so it has been abused obi na no so no kure bia anya den eni yes asem obi ne atoso miensa committee ne kan ho asem was and then the abede adwamu say ora John Dramani Mahama na aban and the Ministry of Finance sabre almost say obi abema contract bia no a sabe ebro a certain threshold bia no e was say oba for commitment authorization obi say oya we unim sa ade no ana meboa
yes
and aban we is a measure or dey hwese obeboa na aban no appointees en koma contract bia sabe e de eka ene oha ba beto man Ghana eso obi enunti a committee and say, ya Mami Harris Valerie Soya. Ehwehwe mu hunu se anyanye bia Ministry of Finance Emma wrote a ministry no commitment authorization for this contractor and obi no kure woman ne say a finance ministry headed by Yenia Penyini Honorable Atoforsen Emma your friend is saying commitment authorization for those contracts to be awarded. It's an also no obi boni bia anya den eni sa eho enu na obi baby say na dia nkuranti ana na hu hia say sa 66 road contractor ye de ma single source which represents 4.58% no e dia ntikura na eno ye pepere ye ho e ka say ye de be ma as single source obi ye na ye tikuru ma obeka ya amra ye bo entoa ora John Dramani Mahama ekasa ba ya kwan ene sania apro atete apansam ema otire mu ka say sakonya eba or the bibia your friend big push ebe de beba and that is an accelerated way of making sure say we construct our roads and obi meboa ye na ye nim say o mamu ha your friend is bureaucratic processes in the kwan ye fa so ma contract ne ade ene sa ne ma no ema delays bebre ye den eba enunti sa also person ya accelerated development o person ya kwan na ye intentem na o how dia manhunu a Ghana for na man na ye betra hai enye bia na ye ka ho asem say akwan no because of eniema ase wa kwan no so ne ade ni nti no ena ama niema we a friend saying flood ne ade ebe eti say o pesa wo ya akwan na wo ye ntemu a na e wo say wo de ko through the single source your friend is saying what you make say and that is one of the reason why there was a need for us to use a single sourcing procurement process obi ebio ade ba ko a
na 15 minutes
ade ba ko a na no so ahia say enunti ye use the single source procurement processes no issues of national security and public safety concerns obi za de ya muyi wo mu TV yes our reporting sadia ya muyi wo mu TV issue obi national security issue anambwa it's a national security issue. It is yam pentem and shall solve a problem of our roads na obi and she ya that a babe for yen ya timamufono a babe for and it will be a safety a concern. And that is why it became necessary for us to give just 4.58% of the road a year contractor since the time you buy through a year single source a year procurement. Obi adia bako and so say to hedge against market inflation and Obi Obakaya John Dramani Mahama Emra 2016 before I become ya share cocoa roots ase e di enti ne ye cocoa root because kwiani ne kodo na wote ne cocoa de begu eye your friends aboye na oburu na wo se ofa no de kofia ne kwan na sei otwa ne board ya ne kwan na sei otu ne bank ne kwan na sei eti ontimi mfa ma eti se nua bai ni na eka enfuom ho ana obi anya sa nete enu nti na hu ahia se e wo se yetimi ehwe ne ya kwan no eye yie animanim ya se ne beboa na enko ba se ye nua ne sa ne ma no a ye produce no obi e be sei na eno so ede eye your friends and prices of eye food ne ehun keka ho no ayeden akosoro. And these are some of the factors that necessitated for the friends and the contract to be given on single source a basis. Eti obi o kasa nsem we nyina fua na ekere se nya committee kan se yewura kwame aboja Ministry of Roads and Highway sabe woma anya boni bia in awarding the contract wom hu son sedian abrobe enunti se obi ko gina ba bi na okase yewura kwame aboja na se roads ministry sabe boni bi woma anya ne yetene woma anya ne yese ana ma fa kwati kwan so de contract ama na nokore bia ayeden enim obi me sha ase ne yewura kwame aboja adwuma enche nanso I can tell you on authority that yewura honorable Kwame Aboja, he's not shady. Okay. He's somebody who is hardworking. He's somebody who is focused. Obi unim say me deputy CEO ebu abi abe 738 na me wadwuma mu. And so as the spokesperson for the Minister for Roads and Highway, Obi mache no sia na me wadwuma mu. Because my boss no num ane fa na wadwuma mu. Yeah, wadwuma mu de dada. And you see, Sanya papa all year juma and a kwanya wafa so Ghana ho doda na koma so obehwe obeyama Ghana kwan sebe enya te say the old time story ade bia ye kan no na obeye adwuma no eno na me ye sure say ebia ebinom so hu no say okay na ye try na nemum me jimi di say na adwuma no oye no eso Ghana fo ani na obeto akoso aye ahwe ama ya kwan no sebe ayeye ama ye nyina obi ye ho ahane yen ne ye metena ha osofo charles owusu enemy nua metena ha ne ye complain se ne ye sha ase a na ye complain obi there are other things that were captured. Sure, but I think you summarized it bamu a ye behwe na ya
Ojodan kwan ye ten kano lawyer Kwesi Botwe Junior me pacho brem
obi me da se kodua kasa bebre but you see
thank you
explanations not the abaninia no media me hu ne say ababia wo
they work
no it's a committee report
it is a lot of nothing.
Okay.
The first point I want to make and say I'm call the substantive issue so ne say committee no say committee ni judi say waye ne edwuma yi a
it was not a committee.
And I say a committee.
The earlier narrative was say president was setting up committee, but later a call governance advisor.
But no, so initially when I was saying no, we clarify it even before I started my submission.
Okay, so there was no committee.
Please.
So it
President handy over man.
So it was a sole investigation done by Madame Valerie Sawyer.
Yes, who is the advisor?
Advisor. So an advisor was tasked to investigate a minister. Is that not the case? 2 executive members. That's fine. Now, the point I'm making is in reporti inka ne papa mu a say 4th estate for your mo findings no mo de buy no mo de beto abonten. Minjin di say oni Sulemana Brahma interview no ahana obe disclose information or publish it net that the website of the Kojo Danko kasa for
the report itself.
Yes.
Kojo Danko
Felix Kwachofu suye ni press conference no.
Yes.
Oka actually mu say by close of the next day the report would have been published.
Have you seen it?
Yes, it has been published, Obi.
Okay.
Obi Kojo Danko spoke for 17 minutes. I gave him all the courtesy and respect. With due respect.
No,
I don't want him to interject me. No. You spoke. No. Kojo, let's respect ourselves. I beg you.
If there is any for clarification,
please. You spoke. I disagreed with you.
I have to clarify.
Debbie, okay, Asempa na me no nya adwen. But me try. Pacho, me say mo ono na me come Asempa. Inti report na odiaba no. As a matter of fact, the report has not been published. Metiha and I have checked on Ghana Web. The report is not there. I have checked on the Ministry of Roads and Highways official website.
Now
it is not there.
Report
I have checked on the presidency website. It is not there. I have checked Felix Ofosu-Kwakye's page. It is not there. I have checked Kojo Danko's Facebook page and social media platforms. It is not there. I have checked the minister's page. It is not there. Obi, as you sit here, Ubeti made the one dance say when we report now. You haven't seen the report. You haven't seen the report. And so if I say the report has not been published, I have every right to say so. Now, the point I am making is for us to have a decent conversation about this report. Now, Sanka Banaya publish it. Abo Bietima can report in Ibi. Their report no send the Baya Yonsu Betima be raising questions. But because we don't have the benefit of the full report, there could get Bekano. And no na you be responded to. Now, Suleiman Abraham new media for West Africa investigations on the buy. They acknowledge the fact that Ghana has rules. Few days ago, me to Kwanko Cape Coast, very terrible road, Obi, very terrible. I agree, I was here, Quine. But the fact that I was here, Quine in Tresse, I was say Ghana, Fusika, or Metia as Tuono, or Manfonisika, and Yadi and Sabomu Basa. Kwanya, and your Quine Passono, near the awardee road contract. And Yama Muti opposition, Mukasetia Yeno, Namu ye the same thing, the awardee road contract. That was the foundation of Media for West Africa, Foundation for West Africa for ye. The first major concern on Murezi was about procurement concerns, about how the contracts were awarded, about the legal criteria. They even raised concerns. A company still be called my incorporated 2 weeks. You incorporated 2 weeks to munya contract. Could you then address those issues? Those are fundamental issues. Suleiman Abraham and the team, raise here.
But again, he said, the PPA, all clear for all the contracts.
And I'm saying,
the board approved.
And I'm saying,
and the board would have considered all the issues.
And I'm saying, Suleiman Abraham said there is a company, the workers, A4P.
It's not true.
And now your company being so you incorporate and you register company 7 days, 8 days per no the contract worth millions of Ghana cedis. And now Suleiman Abraham in the supreme no and you proper. Because you per company or be your company or what track record.
Yes.
Your company sebi say China ya kase ye de Asempa FM to Adom FM kwan ma o onye into eduko jina quarter was here who registered office who directors of a company or no manage the day-to-day affairs of the company. And it is very important said your friend the corporate governance structure the company must have it. And the point we are raising is companies need contract worth 100 million Ghana cedis, 200 million Ghana cedis, 10 million Ghana cedis. Some companies ne binim wohonoma omu ni a proper corporate governance structure, and therefore they do not merit a contract worth that amount of money. Your report doesn't respond to those claims. Obi number two. Number two. Obi number two. You have your time. Obi number two. The major concern raised by Suleiman Abraham and the people at Media for West Foundation for West Africa. They say value for money. Almost say contract pricing. Na problematic. Almost say nka ye betima ye cost variations amana ye because under Omodie analysis. In fact, they know about hand metie ni ye pa. Or say a kwan bi wo no about 10 kilometers and 5 kilometers. Under MPP abreso, ye no for be 50 million Ghana cedis. Under NDC abreso, the same 5 kilometers and it's been down for 200 million Ghana cedis. That is the concern and Media Foundation for West Africa for Erezi. Your so-called report, access to does not answer the questions of value for money. Obi, that is the conversation that we need to have. According to Media Foundation for West Africa, no, almost say similar projects. Obi, similar project to project, na similar project, and it's one made the same project. Yeah, for X amount of money. More inflated cost, no, and that is one of their worries. And you know, in the process of inflating the cost, no, and then they raise corruption concerns. Say, yeah. They be you sure you turn 1 CD, and I'm buy a big push as in Tino, move turn for 100 CDs. And no one's any eka. Your report does not address it. Obi, the fourth point, in my opinion, Suleiman Abraham and then for raise is about transparency. Almost see the more they award the big push contract, you know, a ye katasumu mwaso. Big push contract, no, because share them. Our 10 homes, and I know sign the big push contract, you know. 10 homes sign the big push contract we now questioning them no one sign the big push contract until they were raising concerns about transparency, the processes. Say I no crowd when BM contractors number bede mo hand pick contractors muso munkoye adwuma under the guys say these were emergency projects. Obi now project now must say emergency project no and then oko site a contractors ni bo mu ni site contractors ni bo mu ni site if the justification say ye penning term and that the bureaucratic nature of open source ne competitive tendering no ebe manache nti ye pese expedite your roads infrastructure development nti no ye be hand pick contractors there e dia mo no that analysis it's an analysis of monstrous absurdity. Who do you do too many? Because those very roads and those very the contractors have abandoned the job. And Nintama ye peno, and on the way. Obi, question a Media Foundation for raising and say, even the project timelines of the big push, on my 2 kilometers of road. So unquaye. Who sika 100 million Ghana cedis. Aside say ya inflated cost na timelines in ho. No proper timelines. Obi, no proper timelines. Another one, your contract sums. How are mutimi arriving at certain contract sums? The Media Foundation for West Africa. So omu peso muhum. Omu peso muhum valuation amoye. Omu peso muhum dentia. Contract sums ni bi wo ho no ma. I inflate ya triple no, ya quadruple no. They wanted to know. Ebium, they raise issues of conflict of interest. Say a contract na Modiaman, what a chairman original chairman for. What a check contract na Western regional chairman when your contract the move 4 say 5. Big do construction. Regional chairman for near 16 regional chairman.
Western North.
16 surface ne bomuninia no. 80 more regional chairman or more 60 regions linear. The concern is that you have distributed the contract for them. And Obi, the question of conflict of interest is where then arise. Now, the position of Media Foundation was that yenye independent investigation. You see, Kojo Danko has come to tell us investigation. A member of cabinet, Obi O2 president for Madame Villare Soya, who I have a lot of respect for. Obi otu mampenini for the cabinet. Ena mampenino taxe ne say ono nya report enkofa minister mampenino so apauno. Obi, do you really think that there will be the exercise of fair judgment here? I was anka select committee on roads and highways or parliament and yes investigation way so that they'll have the time to do a proper audit of the big push contracts. And now I can say you have no shame, you have no without any iota of shame. Kojo dankwa. Eka se mo award 47.8 contract under sole sourcing. Mo hand pick your mo.
47%.
47%.
Big push contract.
Out of the big push contract. Eh, sole sourcing.
Yes.
Obi nko for omuti opposition then omu kafa sole sourcing. Omusi sole sourcing. Omusi sole sourcing. Omusi so.
What he stated is fact.
Report now okay you know. So
why are you ignoring it?
Pacho. You decided to pick what you wanted to speak on. Don't show me what I should speak on. I beg you, please. Muti opposition, musi so nyade papa. Obi 47%. Now him trick a wom. Ofa contract ni nya sa 47 no. Sika na ye involved no. Eye 4 times 53% na aka no. 47% ona sika kese ni nya ahye. Ona 5 kilometers ubo ni amani pakro no 500 million Ghana cedis on fan koye kwan no. Ekwaye ye betimi di 2 million Ghana cedis aye ni amokwa brane 500 million Ghana cedis on koye. Muti opposition example na mema muti opposition no musi so sourcing a remedy for corruption and a recipe for corruption. Sana mo ka kire say ade obeye bia ye so sourcing bia no e de krono na eba e de say ubewia omani sika na nam enti no mo dia mo ba bibia mo beye bia no mo be na ko procurement process ni ma make sure say ye bie opportunity for Ghana for more the capacity ni nia aba be for it at the end of the day near award the contract no based on merit but na mo buy no the very thing you people preached against a Ghana for nya mo gidi o mo to aba ma mo e ma mo no and na mo buy no why west mo san ye west we no mo ni any bo bia se mo de a chopa kra be ma Ghana for what bahana will justify 47% na 47% no and drew half. Mobile zero. You are doing opposite of what you preached. And to Obi, the point I want to make is that the entire big push agenda is a recipe to create, loot, and share. Obi, big push no. It is a big push towards emptying the public purse. It is a big agenda to make sure that the public purse is crushed. It is a big agenda to ensure that the public purse is emptied. The real motive is not the real motive is 10% no more cut. That is the real motive behind the contracts. And the contract is in your abandoned site. It's a big push and another way. Big push and another way.
Suffer me patch on brain.
Kasema big push.
Obi.
Yes, suffer.
Dabia ya wasamfo friety. Na mana mbusa say Ekosiise.
Yes. So patch on page a microphone ni mo kakra.
Obi. If I kwan ho asem ade ahu hia pa. Nisan say ufi ye mentem ho otinto eba abisi kwan ho enka enwa. In less than 10 minutes, I say what how to do kwan, but we have 45 minutes as aba. The ni na mu no ye ka say kwan ni na ba so hia sika obetime den e dia ye. In fact, Obi, last week my younger brother fish nyan besra mo ha. Otu Accra 11 a.m. anopa. Okodu 12 p.m.
Otu han 11 a.m. anopa.
Yeah, could do 12.
And okodu 12 the following week.
The following morning. 13 hours. Like I said, yakwan your issues was super. But then it's a who cook massy now quay ye. Now I just be fierce at Tidianapa. We're going to move a contact gravy. Come be fear no pa 7. We're going to his above 9. I was a 4 crack quarter. Now the over wedding all. That's the issue. The yakwan dear. The idea there will be a commercial. And but I can't say yes, why in your party at the façon. But Bibi Hamikakra. Minu yakojo can report ya yenye hui I say oh hui. See a question and answer so. Obi accuse you. Wakani yama sere kosi buboye wakani yama ba mienu miensa and 9. Tinka report no ba media foundation can say but contrary no say the ehuni. Ona everyone say how can we call it a committee? Abra idea one person. Say onye hwehwemu. The only one here if you mono. Omuchiro koma amu na musoso muchiro de mo na mo de baaye. Ti yenye ni sa antuma na. Na sasa akwa netia. My question is that the Ekosiise had it been the MPP in our power and NDC for opposition. You better just me atum. I'm an informant. Me too. I'm saying you. The very thing you better criticize. You know, only to me, I know my be worse than that. The very thing on Becca Sound. So sourcing in Ghana here, and they hit me here. Until I'm done, Bisa say, or can I coin be 800 cry? As a highway, so say, urban roads, so then a diama. Now, I do was saying, quite bear. The feeder roads, is it tie roads? And a big push, so a quite bear, a quite yamu boquinity. Near the Scabia Shano, Sky, the Shano Biana, the Media Foundation for Kano. And you know, Cressa. Say no question saswa yen bisa value for money say is it say sa kwan we e di say sika na ye pese ye de ye kwan na if you say na ye to ba wi a mo fa chami o I say aban ba I say oban ni o majapade so ye ye pese ye bia no e say mo gitum na ye wi ade agasi wona ye ko. That is why your legacy projects be now I'm interested to talk about who did the A or B for the Sewia hospital near. The only question me person be say Ntika eba no start here na mu buye ya na kan so ba start for frank and talk about it e be see na. So what is happening is that you know buy aban or cut 23 legacy projects aban ni jato 23 I know they are over 1,300. I wish sure say 300 no crown are buying starting in Timmy. 1,300 ni bit maybe in Abaka 23. You bit maybe. Yeah, can say Minister Kojoba Ministry here. In fact, I do not dimpa. Ufri wenchi eko wa. Ye tutu funny for in under. I can't want you one and ye Kumasi Asmo. It's all Kumasi Bemi and South Kumasi Bemi and South. Tutungo. Ye will Kumasi and ne Dua Courage, buying for abandoned and start here, a buying bar, say, you would echo. Ye will denta do the work kind of. Ye, Winnie Ba. Ekosi, a can say, Cape Coast, as I call Ekosi Takradi. Motorway, I knew say at the ho. Bra penny susu da Pukwase. Pukwase, in some equine. Bra penny da Sudaho. As a contract and so we man up to say July. Now even 2 years going to be 2 years going to be family. And all be called a confession of here there. Confession here there. And Mr. Meka me pamacho o man ye won never be say ye ho adwuma. Say ye kwan na ye haw na minister oba na oba be ya. Asempa. Say no for mine into na koma so. Ni ye hwe ne ma betima ye de aboa because in some no ani enyan dodo. And can you bet Matthias here under MPP and NDC were on I say scandal be perceived scandal be a baby. Yeah, Koti committee and they come a buy munipa or sign or advisor to the president.
Oh, yeah, on the 2 months
penny for say on whom call him. Or truck mom say moon fans away now can't answer that.
No, so just about me, so you see. Say you can say obedient you see the law of natural justice obi e dey asam to so ye mu wa okun for obrekun ayama ho kwan ma wunyi wo
no I don't think it's faulty
no but don't so say na wo say eye ministry ni meyi ne ho ano na nka ontro den na anya say otro ba na no ano no
Matiase
wo mu do mo suko
Matiase
there are some portions of the even the report obi ekasa about a certain amount na Media Foundation for West Africa can one say contract be a demand for a certain amount. Meanwhile document evaluation Ministry of Finance committee authorization of the mine was different from the Media Foundation for any highway authority contract award document and so on. Now different from what Media Foundation for West Africa.
But that came. I mean, Media Foundation can say almost for free on my website at a point near a year free website where all of those. So Obi, you see, and I can say a Ministry of Finance.
ama commitment authorization. There is a figure on the commitment authorization.
Yes.
And there is no way you can spend beyond the commitment authorization.
The ministry what was on their website was a mistake.
It was a mistake, because there is no way you can spend beyond the commitment authorization. The Ministry of Finance and the idea. You can't.
That's fine. Yes.
We mean how many rows are committee in visiting here?
A committee be.
Committee now.
Well, committee be here.
We clarified it from the beginning.
Sorry. On one self committee, because
one person committee.
Minim big push roads down, and this issue by minim roads. How many of them are visited? And or say. Also source that information from other you can say sources. Actually say the Omudiama piano, Ministry Diamond piano. You see, there are more questions than answers with this report. But there are more questions than answers. Because Asempa Yekano big push Asempa Yekano.
Asempa FM.
Could you say about 100 and something and a big push in what?
Yeah, contract a big push no
140. They move 47%.
And a yes source.
Now, what kind of 47% now? What kind of a figure to be? And yes, small thing.
But you see, the collective awarded contractor, as a friend, as a government, and bring your bar. I was saying, holistically, total contract. Why are we singling out big push?
That's fine.
Why are we singling out
big push? Contract.
Why are we singling out?
Bear 5 of you. The Obetian says it will be a cotoba will became Nayoba. Tim Gaso come man who now wants them. Yeah. So to me who say a colabe and a cod to bobo, a kaim, and what you meant to know as a sort and out. In fact, media foundation woman can contract in Awesome.
They focus on big push.
So, Kojo, how did I say Coca Quaya, Sabia Demi feature in Awesome? I can't as my Yakan was me. And can be a meeting make a Awesome. Big push in
no, me patch Charles. No, me patch Charles. I was say, you no more can say. I say there's been an abuse. I was say no be cry actually say. Almost say more than half of the big push. It is all because there's been an abuser of a year friend and contract given under this administration. Then we'll come and tell you say contract ya money at this number. Near the through a single source, a year less than a year for a 5%. And that is why there's a need for clarification. You can say abuser. I mean, the numbers are negligible.
It is a humongous abuse, not just an abuse.
It is a very negligible. The numbers are negligible.
Are they 100% here? So 47% out of 100%, 47%, and I'm man, a huge.
But it's not more than
allow him to speak.
50%. More than half.
I think you have to allow.
Now don't show the Ministry of Education.
Out of the many issues media foundation raise here. Say and issue crowd say we correct. Doesn't mean we should throw the other in someone can.
Obi, conscience and Madame Villari saw your muso him no. Reverend Mebao. Madame Villari saw your muso him no. On a road contractor.
How many
knowledge about road construction?
Do you have to have knowledge
about road construction?
Now these are documents I use to assist knowledge.
They are bogus.
Guys. I'm on 48 here. Kojo Dankwa, Kwesi Boche. You guys are out of line. You are out of line. So for Ode wanu see my name sorry ako.
Obi, me se me Kojo say. Ani aban ni na. Si epese ye ma ministry ne ehote. Na ensema aba no obi ati asese boni bi anko so. They mum ne juma na warrior.
Yes.
Me did say this committee with NTV and so.
Never your committee this
lady can say very sorry.
A lady without road construction background.
Committee because you see Obi no asem no ohun enya asem e da hot trasa me tie ye nua Sulemana Brahma
yes
e da obetra news file na I think una na wo ha na na is something
Oba Hanso news file I think he came
Ninse okikan
yes
so emu du pa na emu du papa na ehu pa
sikawia
it is a pese ye ma obi ati ase se boni bia nkoso
mema report
peduma ati ase mumma yem open up
enye a proper
independent parliament potential jail candidate to Kwame Abojano.
You see, parliament
the next government will audit. The next government will audit.
Kojo dankwa tobo Kojo dankwa you now speak for the minister.
To insult anybody.
Dabi only obi attempt. No, when he says only obi attempt.
Now, in our opinion, obi go man no candidate.
Kwame
Abojano. You be investigating no. What to tell road contract? Na mo tell plantation chips. Sabrobe. To tell road contract. Na toilet road.
Hey. Kojo dankwa Kwesiboche. No. You are not doing well. You are not respecting our listeners. Me pamocho.
Me who say Kojo Aiboni bia.
So the Okasama
yeah, Okasama minister no. Na wo hwe nsam so Kojo minister na niam akoso eden dada. Na mo me you say we kasamafo a obre yi. Enti what is happening is that Dominic so obebo mama domi na enti no mesre Kojo oman ni sika ye na ye de ye kwan enye obi abotom sika
okay
say ye de sika oman sika koye kwan a ese se yina yetimi hu akwan hodo a ye de sika na koye na afi eniema ye se fi se anye the last time I can ho asem no eni kwan say repeat bi obi me dase
me so me dase enti me pamocho Dominic omunyina so mo beto ticket ne bi nti me ba cho monko enimo na obi anto ticket no ebi
mia minua Kwabena Dubu ahen
okay
happy Father's Day also chia poso hu so
Kwabena Dubu ahen be
also omawo
Kwabena Dubu ahen be ne
former Father's Bureau board boss yeah sorry Kobe Stone na say the live commentary bremo and match tojo US of A dabi Kobe dey na mo be US ni Australia yes and